Okay, guys, I have been unable to sleep. No, I can't sleep. I've been to the point of just about vomiting. I went to catch up with Sally Ann's live from yesterday, and I can say I am shocked and I am saddened. And I don't know how you guys could do this, but if you're not happy in this community, and I am such a bad, rotten person that you go over and you go and sit there and talk about me there, where you know I'm going to see it, you're free to leave. The door is there. Go. When my son's birthday is coming up, and I thought there was a community here of people that truly cared for me, and what I saw over there was disgusting. I am so ashamed. And I gave them the keys to do this to us and this community. They are trying to put a wedge between Nana Patty and me. They are trying to say that I didn't care about what happened with the cricket thing. That Heather said it's better over there because you don't get talked over. That Dreaming said we are a boring snooze fest channel that nobody should be on. What is going on is terrible. And so I'm no longer going to, I don't think I'm going to even do lives anymore. I will do recorded videos. I am so hurt. And Jane from Australia, you went over there and you said I said bad things and I slandered you. Where did I do that? This is a calculated attempt to drive wedges in this community by some very calculating people. When I would need this community the most, they went into Slack, and through Slack they've been sending messages and opening up their own Slack so they could take over everything and then systematically tell people I said things that I did not say. So I hope you're happy. You guys can have those communities. I just cannot believe the people. Dreaming, I thought you were my friend. We weren't boring when we were praying for your daughter. Nobody was boring, Dreaming, when we were praying for your daughter. There is someone, I'm telling you. If someone is telling you that I'm saying things, you better get with me. Because there are very bad people here that are trying to split this community apart. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this. They are trying to systematically rip this community apart for their own benefit. And I'm the schmuck that trusts everybody and thinks people are good and thinks people here are good all the time. And there are just some really rotten people that are masquerading as part of this community. And I have not been able to sleep, and I should have been sleeping, but I've been sick to the point of crying and throwing up. Go watch Sally Ann's live. Go listen to it. Go look at the comments. I let Sally Ann come on here, and I talked to her, and I was a friend to her. And what's happening over there is that people are getting together to drive this community somewhere else and to split it apart. And they've used Slack to infiltrate everyone. So if you're getting messages about me, if someone is telling you about me, come to me, because it's all lies. It's all lies. and what they're trying to do by trying to tell Nana Patty I wasn't happy for her. How absurd. How absolutely absurd. I tried to help people, and they've used it against me. You don't understand, Serenity, now. They took the very thing, the very part of this community to use it self-servingly. To message people in the Mommy Rambling Slack and then say how they have an army. And to get everybody to another Slack, to poison people that I said things against them that I never said. I'm sitting there trying to listen to a channel to give support after I got off here while I'm in the massage chair, and I'm just getting sick over it because I'm hearing these very people that sit on panel talk and lie. And then in come the vultures to get on these people. Oh, these people don't like Mommy Ramblings, so we're going to get on them. And we're going to, it's so ridiculous when all I've tried to do is help them. I should be sleeping. I tried to go to bed early, and all I've done is been sick. And every time I listen a little bit further or read some of the comments of the very people that are in here and what they're saying over there, I'm going to be going through a very rough time. And I need this community, and they want to break it apart. That's what they're doing. They're trying to divide this community. And every one of them is a rambler. Every one of them, Dee. Don't you understand? And they're trying to destroy the community for their own benefit. I just found this out. Yes, American Girl. I just found this out. I was trying to listen to her live that she had while I was trying to relax and go to sleep. And I just got so upset listening to this and hearing these people. I put it in Slack. Lisa. Yes, Jen H. Yes. Miss Jane was saying that, oh, I'm here to say that this creator said bad things about me. Go ahead, the comments are there, and slandered me. And I just wrote to her and I said, why would you say that? Wouldn't you want to even just make sure what that's true before you go in there and you're slandering me? The exact thing you're accusing me of?
I'm here. I'm here with you. You're not alone. I'm here. You're not alone.
I can't believe this. I mean, I can't believe it. Every time I trust people too much. Oh, gosh.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You didn't do anything. It's not your fault. Everybody who cares about mommy right now, get on here. I want everybody on here now. Get on here.
Mommy?
If you can, just come on here.
What is it, you know?
Mommy, please don't leave us. I was on there yesterday. About halfway through. I wasn't on for the last hour. I didn't hear that. I need to listen to that. But please, Mommy, I mean, I didn't hear anything while I was on about you. I did feel uncomfortable. I just went off.
It was uncomfortable. It was uncomfortable. There was a couple of people that said it was uncomfortable, and there's others that just went in on it.
Sorry, Mommy, I couldn't hear.
I said there are some that said it was uncomfortable, and others that just went along with it.
Everybody
What's
on.
uncomfortable?
Come on in. Come on in.
Lisa D, what's going on?
Well, apparently, Sally Ann made a live. Now, I didn't hear any of it, and she said some very...
Not she. Well, she was there, but
Well, she sort
people
of
in there were
pulled it
saying that,
together.
oh, mommy's channel isn't what it is, and the people are rude to each other, and here's a place where you can do everything, and we're going to have a Slack, and we're going to have this. And then there's a comment about Carolyn doesn't care about Nana Patty. She doesn't like Heather. She doesn't like this one. She doesn't like that one.
It was a smackdown, basically, of Carolyn.
And then a couple of people said, look, I'm uncomfortable talking about this. I'm going to get off of here. You should be talking directly if you have any problems. You shouldn't be coming to another channel. This is toxic. This is not what you should be doing.
But Sally Ann made this video. Sally Ann put this together, is what you're saying.
Sally Ann is
making
the Slack. Is making another Slack, is messaging people through our Slack to come to her Slack to change.
And Dreaming was doing this
Dreaming
too,
said
right?
the channel is boring, that, just things, but we weren't boring when we were praying for her daughter. Nobody was boring then.
Hi, Scooter.
I
Carolyn
have no
needs us
idea
right
what's
now,
going
really
on.
bad.
I just wanted to show love. I've been out of the loop. I just want to show love.
Good, that's what we need right now. Anybody
Okay,
who,
I don't know anything.
please.
All I want to do is show support and love.
That's what we need right now.
They're trying to
Because I
go
don't believe anything.
They're
I
trying
don't
to
need to go and
divide
find
everybody.
or believe anything.
by saying, oh,
Yes.
that they say Carolyn and Scooter have their favorites, and nobody cares about Nana Patty, which is a lie. And Carolyn didn't care about Nana Patty's cricket, which is a lie. And that Carolyn doesn't like Heather, which is a lie. And Carolyn doesn't like this, and Carolyn doesn't like that. And then Miss Jane comes in there and says that I'm slandering her. Where am I slandering her?
Who said that?
Miss Jane, Australia. She's in there saying that I'm slandering her.
Hi, Jan.
I'm here.
Nana Patty,
Thanks for coming, Jan.
about Nana
Mummy.
Patty's cricket, which is a lie.
Mummy,
And that Carolyn
please.
doesn't like Heather, which is a lie. That was
Mummy.
wrong, Jan. That
Just
was
let her get
wrong.
it out, Jan.
That whole
Let
it
her
was
say
wrong.
everything.
It's
Says
not
I'm slandering
true.
her. Where am I slandering her? It is true. I heard the
Who?
lie.
None of it is true.
Australia. She's in there saying that I'm slandering her.
You're not, it's
I'm
not
Jan.
true, honestly.
Nana Patty.
Thanks for
I
coming,
heard
Jan.
it, Jan.
Now,
I
wait a
listened to
second.
the whole
Nana
live.
Patty,
I
do you
listened to
feel-
the whole live. I
Nana
haven't been
Patty,
able
you
to
feel
sleep.
loved here, right?
No, it's not
Just let her get it
true.
out, Jan. Hold on. Shh. Nana Patty, you feel loved here, right?
I feel totally loved here.
Right. It has not. So they don't have a right to judge how Nana Patty feels.
But they're trying to influence people that there are things
There's
going
an
on.
echo.
Yeah,
Patty.
Jan, I think Jan, I
Nana
haven't been
Patty,
able
you
to
feel
sleep.
loved here, right?
Jan, I have to
Hold on,
mute
let me
you
make
until
sure
you
it's not me.
turn down that YouTube. It's coming back at us.
Let me make sure it's not me.
No, it was Jan. Her YouTube
Yeah,
was coming
This is
back.
coming. Because I haven't said anything like that to anybody.
It's almost like they're taking on other people's business and
Yeah.
speaking for them. Like, why would somebody take it upon themselves to speak for Nana Patty? I mean, you know,
I don't
I didn't
understand.
listen to it. I don't know anything about it. As a general rule, I
I'm
mean,
just
I don't
telling
even.
you that if you're getting messages in Slack, if anybody is coming to you and
I
saying
didn't
that
get
I
any
am
messages in
saying
Slack.
anything, you come to me because it's all lies.
Mommy. Oh.
I think we
Dan,
need to
you're
be.
muted. Dan, you're muted. Scooter, you're muted.
I
Dan, you're muted. Scooter, you're muted. Now, I don't know what the purpose of this
I know
is.
I'm going to be right there. I got to go in the kitchen.
Oh, no problem. I just didn't know if you knew you were muted. I guess obviously the purpose was for Carolyn to hear this. I guess that's really the purpose, was that, you know, she wanted Carolyn to hear this, Sally Ann. I don't understand why a person who is so loved in our community, like Sally Ann, that we've all loved her so much, would all of a sudden decide that this is the way she wants to go. Jan, you're muted. I don't know. She's still muted, Jan. She doesn't hear. I don't know if she knows she's muted.
Well, I just want to say something. This didn't come from me at all.
No,
I
I
don't
know
know
it didn't come from you, but I think
No,
they're
no, I know, Nana Patty, but I
they're
just wanted,
using
I asked
something.
you to clarify publicly.
Yeah.
I wanted you to say
Can
it.
I clarify, please? Now I've realised I'm unmuted. I'm talking to myself. Brian's just gone, you're muted. Mummy, it's not true. Honest, I am a mod. Cupcake is a mod. Sally Ann has not said anything. The only reason that Sally Ann was upset and Dreaming was upset is because the night before they felt that they were being ganged up on for being loud.
Sally Ann is here.
Don't go in another channel and talk about it when they're all ramblers there and talk about us like we're not there and that we're not going to hear it.
I know that.
That
I
is
know
wrong
that, but
and
you
it
have
is
not
toxic.
been slandered in any way whatsoever. I'm so upset to see you cry. I love you with everything. We all
What's
love
going
you
on?
with everything.
Sally Ann, what is going on?
Someone has come in from our room to here and has caused trouble. and
No,
I, have
I
a feeling
listened
I
to the
know who it
live.
is.
That's where the trouble is. When
They wasn't slandering you. It's just that they felt very upset because Scooter was telling them to shut up and that they
She
were
didn't
being
say
too
shut
loud.
up.
And Mystic
I didn't say
Firefly.
shut up.
She didn't say shut
Well,
up.
no,
Someone
not,
said the
you
mic
know.
was too loud.
Yeah,
That's what someone
yeah.
said in the chat, that the mics were too loud
But
on some.
Mystic Firefly was saying a lot of comments, and they were saying a lot of comments that was upsetting Dreaming.
So this is what a
Have you
person
had?
does then, if they're upset over a mic
A person
being
that's helped them?
Can I
But
just
is
speak?
Anne here? Because I've just
Yes.
messaged her. Oh, she's here now. I'll
And
give it
who's
over.
who's the person who's on iPhone, who's dark? Who's that?
Who's on iPhone? Who's in?
Probably me.
Who is that?
Kathy,
Oh, Kathy. Hi, Kathy.
Hi,
Oh,
Kathy.
hang on.
I think that especially when new people come on, they shouldn't right away have a microphone to talk because you don't have any idea. And I think there needs to be a little more, because it seems like too many people are coming in and hurting you. And I hate seeing that. And, I think we might need to, you might need to really check people out before you just let them on, because.
Well, Carolyn's got excellent, an excellent firewall around all of us.
Yeah.
She's very capable of,
Can I
but what
speak?
happens is these are regular trusted members of our group that this has been happening with.
Yeah, I didn't
When that
see it or anything. And I just, it's annoying that people can't just be nice.
Can I speak?
Below the belt stuff.
Yes, go ahead.
Carolyn,
Well, I'm gonna
I
say,
know,
I don't know why everybody was so, Dreaming was so mad and you so mad, Sally Ann, because, you do talk loud a lot, Sally Ann, and it's hard to hear. And I'm not being mean, but that's the truth.
and I know that. What annoyed me, personally, what annoyed me was the fact that Firefly was going at me really horribly on
Well,
the
she went after-
comments.
She went after me too.
Yeah, and nobody did anything, and I felt like I was really, what do you mean, Pamela? What do you mean, Pamela? See, she was another one. She was another one that went at me.
I was doing something. I was deleting the comments as fast as I could.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was really being got at by this Pamela, whoever she is. I mean, if you've got a problem
But
with me,
Sally
Pamela.
Ann, no matter who's doing what, it wasn't me that did it. So
I know it
why did you
wasn't.
take it out on me?
No, Caroline, I didn't take it out on you, hon. And I can show you the messages that I've given, and I can understand that you can't watch it all. You can't watch it all. I know that, Caroline.
And when you come on channel, you have to be resilient.
Yes, I know. I
You
know,
have to be
Lisa.
resilient.
But do you know what? Dreaming came onto my channel, yeah, and she was saying how angry she was. And I don't want my channel to be one of those channels where people are having to go at each other. You can ask Uta. I stopped that as soon as I could because I said to Uta, "Show us your cat." Did I not, Uta?
Oh, when you said with Mika, when
Yeah.
Annabelle wanted to see my cat.
Yeah, because it was going too far. I don't want that.
It was. And I tried as well by saying, remember, like, this is going out there, or something like, this is going to be, this is out there in YouTube land. This is the whole, and I can't remember, somebody said it doesn't matter.
Dreaming said, I don't care. She said, this is going to get back to them and I don't care. She said, I'm never going back to that boring channel. It's a snooze fest.
I felt, it's just, but what happened?
And she said I do that. She said I do that to her.
Did you talk about
all the time.
Carolyn afterwards?
You don't do that all the time.
Yeah,
I've not.
No, you don't. I tried to tell Dreaming.
1248, is that Mama Ames?
No, that's
What?
Sharon.
That's me, Sharon.
Sharon.
Oh, Sharon.
Sharon.
Oh, hi, Sharon.
Yeah. I tried to tell Dreaming to, she had a problem to talk with Scooter.
It should
That's
never be
Robin.
discussed like that, especially when everyone there was a rambler. Okay, it shouldn't have been discussed. It was very, very petty. It was very, very hurtful, and it was just not a good thing. Not a good thing.
Oh, get lost, Pitbull, as well. You can go and get lost and all love.
Okay,
See, this
no,
is
we're
what
not
I'm
gonna
saying.
Has
go there.
anybody ever heard of ignoring people? Has
Yeah,
anybody ever heard of that?
Yeah, but see, Pitbull did this to me the other night as well.
Well,
Well,
then
because
nobody
they
said
have
anything.
feelings too.
Don't come
Sally
on.
Ann. Sally Ann, they have feelings too.
Yeah, I
That's
can
right.
understand that, but do you know what? I did not start any of this. I know I'm loud. I know I am. I mean, Cupcakes told me before to be, to calm down.
Dreaming's told
I
you before, but the hypocrisy is crazy. What Dreaming said, she's told you the last week when we were in the Dollar Tree. Sally Ann, will you stop it? I want to hear her story. She thought that
Yeah,
somebody
that
else
was-
was saying. She
yeah.
screamed
Oh, well,
at
I
you.
didn't hear that.
Yeah,
And
she
came
screamed.
in, yeah, she called in just to say that, but that was
Oh, I
okay.
didn't
for
hear
That
her
was
to do.
okay then, and then she goes on your channel and starts saying all this stuff and how it's so boring and it's a snooze fest, and she's never going to come here again on that boring
Because
channel.
somebody said you're too loud, or somebody said you're annoying in the chat. Really?
But everybody
Come
that's
on.
been
Go
holding her
and look
daughter
at
up
the
in
chat,
prayer all
Lisa.
this time, we weren't
It
boring then.
happens.
Maybe she doesn't think she needs the prayers anymore. I don't know. She's just, it's just so hurtful because I thought, and I just said to Scooter, I was just remarking about what a good friend Dreaming was and how wonderful a thing it was. And then I go on there and I hear her saying this stuff.
Wow.
I mean, it's a slap in the face.
I know. Well, that's
It
Dreaming's
is.
problem.
I know,
You
and I
shouldn't
really
have
like,
to
I
worry
really
about
like
it.
Dreaming. I really care for Dreaming. And then to hear that she thinks that I'm always treating her like that and she's tired of it.
Yeah, that's why I told her to talk to you if
I
she had a
don't think
problem. Because I told her, I
Dreaming is
said,
mistreated by anyone.
yeah, I told her, I said, if you have a problem with Scooter, talk to her because she probably didn't realize she was hurting your feelings.
Heather did as well.
And then
Oh,
she
do you
told
know-
me,
Well,
she's like, I don't care. And I'm like, oh, whatever
No,
then.
Heather was saying things that were backhanded.
Sharon
okay?
Wade,
And you could read
don't
between.
do any name
And I'm
calling.
really shocked at
Sharon
Heather for
Wade,
doing
you know?
that too, and for constantly trying to say, "Oh, Carolyn's sarcastic," and it just comes across the wrong way. When Heather's always mumbling beneath her breath at anything I say, but I don't. I let it roll right off me because that's fine. It's fine. It's chiding, but why do that? Why? And I thought I had a good time with Heather the other night when we went off camera. We were having fun. This is what is hurtful, because if you're a friend, you're a friend. I don't expect you to stab me in the back like this. This is so hurtful.
These are little tiny little things that come along with being on a panel and being in chat. The chat is not the things that get past the mods and things like that happen all the time. But you have to develop a little bit of a tough skin. It's, and if you find that it's getting to
Nobody's
you, don't
yelling,
come on
Linda
for a
Yerby at
while.
you. Nobody would yell at you, Linda Yerby. You're very welcome here.
And sometimes the chat can get like that sometimes, and you'll notice some of the mods will step in and say, look, cut it out, or they'll
Right.
cut out a comment or something like that. But you gotta take it for what it's worth. It's just people throwing out comments here and there. And there's been times I'm on the chat and somebody is frustrated
Hey,
with
Baxter, how are you
somebody,
doing?
and I'll say, look, come off the panel, come off
Thank
the
you for
chat
the stuff
for a
you
while
sent at
and come
Christmas.
back.
I don't know if I saw you after
Not
that.
everybody
Thank you
is
so
for
much.
everyone else. Not everyone has tolerance for personalities.
I
So all you
can I
say is
interject
get off
Waiting
here?
for your daughter-in-law.
the chat for a while and come back later if you can't handle somebody that's on the panel. It happens. We're not all always compatible, but come on.
We are for the most part, and from my point of view as a mod, I think that whatever his name is, your bot. I think that people kind of ignore the bot,
and just I think the whole chat gets clogged up with comments from Nightbot, and I think it's more effective when a mod puts the rules up. It's more effective. I think that they're ignored, and I personally would like to see more. I would do more as a mod as far as directing people, telling people this is acceptable, not acceptable, what have you. And I think that Nightbot is just, well, there's Nightbot right there. But they, I don't know, Nightbot, I don't know who Nightbot is.
It's just an AI, Sharon.
It's an automatic.
It's automatic programming thing.
Yeah.
And
Well, he needs to.
I can program.
He's not a real person.
I can program him, Sharon, not to put the rules so many times. But what was happening was at one point we were kind of short mods, and what happened was we didn't have too many mods, and so it was we were using him. But I mean, if he's doing it too much, I can program it to be less. You know, I mean, for the less.
But I think
that would be I think that would be good. Okay, I'm like zonked on Ambien, just so you know.
Okay.
I'll try not to tell you my bra size or something here, but I'm just telling you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can program him.
I would appreciate it myself, and I almost feel like maybe we could mod in shifts to a certain extent, because I came for the chat tonight, and you'd signed off, and I was like, what? And then I looked, and you'd been on like 11 hours, and I was shocked. You know, my husband and I we went and saw our son, and then we had dinner, and then we watched, you know, the news and Saturday Night Live. And as soon as that was over, I came and the chat was going. I'm like, what? So maybe rather than having like the same mods on, like if you want to do these long chats, that's great. But maybe there's day mods and there's afternoon mods and there's evening mods.
That's not.
And yeah, we can all overlap. You know, if we discover that you're on, there's no reason not to come in. But I think that certain times of the day need to be covered. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to find my way, Sharon, with like the times, because everything got so messed up with the marathon.
Right, I think we're still readjusting.
You know, I'm trying to find my way.
We're all screwed up. I'm screwed up. Everybody's screwed up.
Yeah, we're sort of readjusting, I think. But, you know, a person
It's
gets
Sharon
annoyed at
Chickadee,
something that
Sharon
happens.
Martin.
I'm Sharon Martin Chickadee.
Yeah, they just can't see who you are, so they're just asking who you are.
You know, somebody gets annoyed at somebody on the chat, holds a grudge and keeps the anger in, and then it spews out at Carolyn.
I didn't do that though, Lisa. I didn't do that.
She didn't say anything about Carolyn or anything.
What I'm saying to you is, it was the forum.
You were giving these people, and everybody was entertaining this, and you saying, oh, you know, this is a better place. Come over here. You can be heard. We don't.
I never said that.
Heather said it. Okay, Heather said it on the panel, and you're right there.
Like, you're not responsible for what people
I'd like
say.
to make a comment to Dark Chocolate. That is
I am glad though that
untrue.
you did.
Oh, they're
from
just
what I
a
hear,
troll,
Sally,
Sharon.
You
I'll get
tried
rid
to
of them.
shut it down. That you saw
I
what was
did.
happening.
I did. Because I don't like that. I don't want to be the one that's venting and what have you.
No, because somebody said in the chat, Sally, they tagged you and said, Sally Ann, I am not comfortable with this conversation. This should be directed to people directly. This should not be talked about in this type of thing. This is toxic. Passive aggressive and toxic. And it was said in your chat multiple times, and you didn't even address the comments.
Yeah, Cupcake said that.
I didn't see the comments. I'm sorry. I didn't see the
She
comments.
was busy crafting, Carolyn. She was busy. And I kept telling her, you know, get back to the crafting. Because she was trying to make the cactus flowers. She couldn't see the chat.
Even my daughter, look, Carolyn, let me show you the messages from my daughter, yeah?
Yeah, and the latest, yes, and they're even saying about my husband in your latest, and you didn't even remove the comments there, trying to divide Nana Patty and I, talking about what a bad person I am, and it's obviously
Who said that? I didn't see them.
You
I
have
didn't
3
either.
comments on your video, and you don't see them?
Nana Patty was even in there for a little while.
We have never, ever said that you're a bad person.
I was in
ever,
there.
Mummy. And Nanny Paddy was with us, and we were showing a video of Bailey going to the post office to post Nana Paddy's cricket for her.
Which I'm not.
Well,
Which I'm
sometimes
not.
tone makes a difference, and sometimes implications can be made. And, you know, I don't know if it's cultural, I don't know what it is, but sometimes things are said, perhaps it wasn't meant that way, or maybe it was, but delivery means everything, especially when you're on the panel.
It says,
It's
I agree.
very important.
Yeah, here's the comment.
seen
It says,
anything,
I
so I'm
agree.
gonna have to
Carolyn and Scooter have favorites. I'm not in chat or a member, and this person is a total sock account. But I do watch the replays. Carolyn ignores Heather and certain people. You see how it was slated. Everyone that was talking,
Who
Heather
said
and
that?
certain people. This Becky Knight. It's a fake account. It's a sock account. It's a.
Was this in the chat or was this
No,
after?
it's right on the comments. Heather and certain people, when everyone did that for Nana Patty, she acted like she didn't like it at all. 3 exclamation
that?
points. Becky Knight. It's a fake
Okay.
person. Shame on
Hang
her.
on, I'm trying to look.
Nana
Hang
Patty
on.
is always at her beck and call. Just my opinion, but they put option. From the outside looking in, Carolyn treats Jimmy like a dog. I'm surprised he puts up with that.
Is
Okay.
that in our room, Carolyn?
Right, yeah,
'Cause
right
I'm
on
going
your
back
comments.
and I'm blocking
Yes.
her straight off.
Right on your comments.
I
I've
didn't
not
see.
seen any of this.
Here's another one. I've noticed Carolyn can be really dismissive to some people. This means I was the topic of the conversation of this video. Okay,
Hang on,
I've noticed
I'm
it can
gonna
be
have a
really
look because
dismissive.
I didn't
And
see-
does it
I-
seem like when
I've
she
not
does
seen any
well,
of this.
how does she get anything
Carolyn
done? Oh,
talk.
I forgot. Jimmy does everything. I feel sorry for him. Watch them buying pounds worth of stuff. Wish I could do that. Anyway, I think you are great and so down to earth. Hugs from Northern Ireland.
This was in the
And
chat.
then somebody said, why are you
In
being
the
so
comments
nasty?
under the video.
Okay?
I'm trying to
This
look
is
at
what
the
You should be
chat.
contacting
worms
Carolyn
gets open.
directly with any issues you have instead of discussing her on a live. That's childish and you knew it would be hurtful.
I can't even see the blooming comments up on mine. Hang on.
If you go into search,
Right, hang on.
look at
You
look at
automatically
Becky
invite
Knight.
this.
It should bring
You
them all
have-
up.
You open the
One at a
door to
time, please.
schools, you open the door to people that are waiting to pounce on Carolyn. You might not realize it at first, but that's what you're doing. They're always standing there with the big giant.
You know what? I only wanted. I wanted
ram in the
Dreamy.
door and then you open it for them.
I only
You know
wanted
what
to
I mean?
get in contact with
Yeah,
Dreamy to see
I
if
know.
she was okay. I mean, I did not.
Let me back up. Cupcake sent me a message this morning, worried about dreaming, and that Sally Ann and her were both worried about dreaming. Something that happened last night in the live. So I called Dreaming to see, are you okay? And I told her that Cupcake and Sally Ann were worried about her. And so then Dreaming called in or signed on to Sally Ann's live. And then after that, I wasn't in there very much because my home health nurse came. So I was tied up with her. And then after that, Carolyn came on live and I left. So I know that I saw Bailey going to mail my cricket, and that's the last thing I saw. So that's how Dreaming ended up there, was because I checked on her to see if she was okay. She said she was fine. She said she was more worried about Sally Ann. And I said, okay, well, I'm glad you're okay. Maybe you should tell them that you're okay. So that was the end of where
But you didn't know about what was this video that was
No.
on. I call it a video. You know, the live that was going on Sally Ann's chat. You had no idea what was.
No, I didn't hear any of that stuff.
I'd like to know
You
what,
know-
I would like to know what Dreaming thinks of all of this.
Yeah, I would too. I would also like to mention that, hang on, I need to drink. My mouth's dry. I'd like to mention that Carolyn very generously helps people when they have their own channel, and she will promote them.
That's why
And
this
she-
hurts. That's why this really hurts.
Right.
Honestly,
and then,
Carolyn,
and then they turn on you, and you've done nothing but
That's what I
help
And this
them.
happens.
That's what I said. I
all
feel like I
the
gave
time.
people the keys to
Yep.
ruin our community. I gave them the keys and I let them drive a car to ruin and crash into our community and ruin it. And I've worked
No,
damn
that's
hard.
not-
And you know what? I may be cried tonight, but I'm a strong woman. And I've
Yes,
worked
you
too
are.
damn hard. Too
And you
damn
know what?
hard with everyone here to build this community. And I need this community. I'm coming upon my son's birthday. I
know,
need this
I know,
community,
I
and I
know.
won't let anybody destroy it.
It's going to be all right.
It'll be
It's
over
gonna
my
be all
dead
right.
body will they destroy this community.
It's not going to, nothing's going to happen to it.
Carolyn, that was honest to God. I'm trying to look
Sally-Ann.
at these. I'm trying to look at these comments. I can't see them.
They're there. They're
I'm
there.
trying. I'm trying to look. Seriously, I'm trying to look. I can't see any at the moment.
I'm going to have a look.
Because I swear to God, Carolyn, I know this was not my intentions. I can show you the messages from my daughter saying to me, you know, get off this subject. I was trying to make flowers. You know, I was crafting.
It's just,
I mean,
it's so hurtful. I can't even say. You could even ask. I've been listening. I had to stop listening about 5 times because I said I can't believe that they are doing this on this channel. These very people that, in the nicest, most Christian way, I love you guys, and then
We're all here, though.
saying
We're all
it's about the
still here.
sarcasm, and then biting back under the, because
I know.
it's said in such a sweet way that, oh, nobody would ever say that. Oh, but you should come here because you can be heard here, not over there.
Carolyn, if we didn't love you, we wouldn't
We're
be
all
here now.
We're all still
Exactly.
here. We're all here.
yeah,
And
Sleeping
if I
Beauty.
can
I'm
have a
aware
minute-
of that,
if I
but
can
I was
have
crafting.
If I can have a minute, the reason why I left last night, and it wasn't to upset you, is I'm genuinely not well. And both Sally-Ann and Robin, and you to know that with this, I have a lot of problems with pain. So I was genuinely not well, and that's why I just skipped off. It wasn't to say, oh, they're ignoring me and stuff like that. It's because you were busy talking. And I didn't want to interrupt, but I was generally not well. And that's why I just cut off. And then Mum Ames said, oh, please don't hate us. And I said, well, I don't, but you know what I mean? I hate seeing you like this, and I feel sick.
I feel sick too. I just feel like there's all kinds of deception going on here, that Slack is being used to divide this community.
What happened on Slack? I haven't been
There's
party to
being
that.
messages being sent behind the scenes to get people to other Slacks to, first of all, I'm telling you, Sally-Ann, concentrate on your content. We didn't get a Slack until we had about 20,000 subscribers. You're
Right.
obsessed with a Slack right now is really, it's
That's
kind
the
of,
only way I know how to do it, Carolyn.
I told you. I said you have people email you for a number. You only have so many people in there. You don't need an entire Slack. And everybody getting all these messages is making motives really be questioned. Okay? Because there's no way that your message, you say, oh, yes, I put you in the Slack, and how are you putting them in the Slack? Because they're not emailing you. That means your message
They're
in our
emailing me
Slack.
on my own personal email.
No, because they're not. I've listened to you on there, and you'll say, oh, you're here? Okay, I just sent you something on Slack. How?
Because
So-
they've emailed me. I've put, if you look on
But
the
how do
comments,
you know? How do you
They're-
know if they're trustworthy if you don't have a long-term relationship with them?
They're,
because
If
Right.
you're doing that, then you're letting them infiltrate your domain And then when you do that, you can be allowing people that could be unsavory into your area, and it could affect other people. I don't know.
right,
Am I right for
Lisa.
saying that?
Lisa,
am I wrong, Carolyn? Am I wrong? I don't know. I'm not an expert.
I just
Lisa,
think like
actually, I was
it's
thinking
so
that
weird
tonight.
because when people start a channel, what they concentrate on is content, and from the get go, it's been about what we should call ourselves. Let's get a Slack. Slack is something we only got because we became so big that we had to have something to get everybody into different groups in there. But we didn't do that. Even when we had 10,000 subscribers, we didn't have a Slack. It's just making me question
You can't rush
everything
it.
that's going
You
on
can't
here
rush the
because it's like
process.
the wrong things are being concentrated on, and it's really unsettling. I will tell you, it's unsettling.
It feels like a division. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it feels like
Yeah.
you're
Yes.
trying to divide. You want the Ramblers, but you want them to be your army, and you want to just divide
Well, maybe
everybody.
I don't know. Maybe people. I don't know. I don't want to put in ulterior motives to
At
I-
growing the
1 hour,
channel or
at
anything.
1
I don't
hour,
know.
0.2 minutes, 49 seconds, you'll see that I put my personal email in there because this is the only way that I know how to do it. I'm not, I mean, even Tammy at Crafty Peeps, she said she's going to get Slack so we can all join. I mean, I've not done this to hurt you, Carolyn. I haven't. I love you to bits.
How come then?
I
How
know
come today
comments
you
of-
didn't even mention? You said
Hi,
we got to
Jen
go
B.
to Tammy's, and then somebody even said, yeah, and after Tammy's we'll go to Mommy's, and before that you go, oh no, Mommy's off. She's signed, and then you go, no, she's not off, and you
Because
go,
that's what
oh,
I was
she's
told
off.
that you weren't
Yeah,
on.
somebody said that you had went off.
That was
Somebody
my
told me.
mistake. That was not. Shut up, Sandy. That was my mistake.
And I noticed you
I
didn't come
refreshed,
around,
and I thought
and
you
you didn't
signed
even
off
say
and left.
anything about Mommy until somebody said it like 3 times, and then you read it and said, yes, we're going to go to Tammy's, and then, yeah, Mommy's. Like that. It was so dismissive of, I am incredibly hurt by it because
No, what I'm trying to do is because we're in the UK, I'm trying to get it so as none of us clash, that we
No,
each
but see, you
get
can't.
time
But it
in
can't be.
every
Even
room.
Davita will tell you, okay? And Davita has a channel. Again, Davita doesn't have a Slack, and she's got 16,000 people. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but that's
but
the
let me-
only way I knew how to get people on.
no, I told you. I said you just they
Don't
email you
talk
for the
over
number.
Carolyn.
They email you for the number. I said to you, Sally, concentrate on your content. Get them to email you for a number if you want to go on Zoom. You don't need to create a Slack. You don't even have enough people for Slack. So then it makes it sound like really crazy that you want this Slack and everybody's saying, oh, we'll go to our Slack, we'll go to Slack. And it just sounds like the community's trying to be broken apart. Then now Nana Patty, the advice is thrown in there. Why would anybody say I wasn't happy with Nana Patty? I love Nana Patty. Okay?
Who
I
said
love her.
that?
Yes.
It just said it in your comments that I wasn't happy for Nana Patty, that I didn't care. I don't care about her. And Heather said it before too. This came from Heather before, and I addressed it with Nana Patty because I didn't want her to ever think that was true. Because Heather said,
The day
"Oh,
that
we're
Nana-
used to being ignored, right, Nana Patty?" And I said, "What was that about?"
The day that Nana Patty got
I was
all
at the doctor.
donation- she was on the road coming from the doctor's
I
office.
came out when it was all over.
I don't even know, but hang on. I'm trying desperately to look back on these comments
Carol.
because, I mean, I wouldn't be here, Carolyn, if I didn't.
I just don't know how Sally's supposed to be held accountable for comments that she didn't even see.
But it was the
It's-
whole
it's like
discussion
her
in
channel.
the
She should be
video. It
looking
was
at
the whole
that.
discussion. It was Heather was discussing it. Dreaming was discussing it.
What is going on with Heather? What's she upset about?
I
I
don't
love
know.
have
Heather.
no
What's
idea.
going on?
Just that She says we're not, maybe people's sarcasm is not taken well. But meanwhile,
We
she,
love her
she
sarcasm.
puts out these
Yeah,
little
but some
biting
people
comments
can't
after
take
I
it,
say
can they?
stuff, and I never get upset by it. And even people say, what's Heather mumbling about? They've said it so many times. She says little comments about it all the time. You know what she said? She goes, oh, they're having an auction over there. Don't go over there. It's so boring over there. Tell us when the auction is done. And then they had somebody come up on the panel, and she said, see, you can come up on the panel now, but it's much easier to get on the panel over here. Over there, there's too much talking, and you won't be heard. What?
Angel, I mean,
It's hurtful
I don't know
because
what
I
to
do
say.
everything to bring people up and to support people having a channel, and I give advice and I give it freely, and it's just, I saw some little things like when Slack was like the biggest thing, because believe me, I've had my channel since 2012. I had to concentrate many, many years on content before I ever had a Slack. Ever.
You can't rush the process.
And I just
If
see
you're trying
like
to
it's
build
the
a
wrong
channel,
things. You're trying to
it's
build
years.
something like Slack when it's
Thank
no.
you, comments. I don't.
You need to build content first. Slack and everything will come later. It really makes me question a lot of things. Okay. And that people are being messaged there, and to, can you just send me the numbers here and there, and I'll give this to me, and I can't get on there. I mean, it's
the only one that I know of that was having trouble was Deanna.
And Dreaming.
Well, and Dreaming, yeah, because she kept trying to ring, and I couldn't hear her. But honestly, Carolyn, I can show you the messages that my daughter sent me, and she said to me that, get off this subject. I mean, I was busy making my flowers, and my daughter messaged me and said to me, come on, get off this. Pitbull, you can go and do one because you know nothing. She said to me, and that's when I said, Uta, show us your cat. Because I wanted, it was making me feel uncomfortable. I don't want to be there where I'm a channel where people can go on there and slag off other people because.
Sally-Ann, my main girl is saying that the comments are under the video, not in the live stream.
Well, I mean, I've just got, I don't know, nearer the end of the video. I'm going to go through it all because
not in the live stream. They're in the comments under the video where it's.
Yeah, after the video played, somebody commented.
Oh, is it after the video?
There.
I'm going to go and have a look.
It's on the live stream. It's on
That's
the video.
why I said you should be held accountable for that part because you didn't go back and look at your video.
I've got to mute. Sorry, these dogs are going
You
mad.
went to bed.
I would like to know from Dreaming and Heather what the problem is.
Yeah, I told Dreaming to come, talk to Scooter because she seemed really upset with Scooter. And
yeah,
I
that
told
wasn't
her
nice.
that
Like she goes like, this Scooter's done this one too many times. When has Scooter done this to her?
Yeah, I told her, I said, Scooter, I don't think Scooter meant to hurt your feelings, or I said something like that. And I said, you should talk to Scooter. And she told me, nope.
I mean, come on.
Eva, I've just been told that these are underneath my comments.
Listen to Scooter, hold on.
I haven't seen them.
Let me be honest. Let me be honest, please. So many people constantly are talking over Carolyn. This is her channel. People interrupt her constantly. And I have to interrupt her sometimes because that's the only way to be able to be heard because everybody else is talking over her. Half the time she can't say what she wants to. So maybe Dreaming felt I've done it one too many times or something. I can't help it. All I can say is don't interrupt and don't overtalk. And I'm sorry.
Scooter, we normally have a laugh, don't we, Scooter?
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. If you don't interrupt, don't overtalk, the whole time, because I'll look at the comments and I'll see people saying, oh gosh, I can't understand. Everybody's talking at once.
And it does get
When
like
I-
that, and we know it does. Yeah. And
Yeah.
and sometimes we're all excited and saying something, but there are sometimes I was like trying that one time, right? I said, oh God, I couldn't even get the word out of my mouth, and it was just and so somebody had to say
Right.
something.
And we are mods after all, right,
Yeah.
Scooter?
Yeah.
And
Right.
Patty?
So
That
Scooter
is
was
our
just trying to
job,
say,
right?
like, settle down just
Right.
for a second. Carolyn wants to say something.
Why else? We're here. I mean, we enjoy ourselves, but we are mods. Isn't it our job to do that?
Yeah, it is.
So,
See,
are
no,
you gonna
just-
hate on us for if we're doing what we're
Just like-
supposed to do?
Just like
Yeah.
it's my job to change the subject sometimes because it's drifting down the wrong path.
Now, I know Dreaming got on Nana Patty the other day, and it wasn't anything Nana Patty was doing. Nana Patty was just enforcing the rules about when Dreaming started talking about conspiracy, and it started getting conspiracy political, and it made a lot of people uncomfortable.
yeah.
And Nana Patty
Nana
just
Patty
said
does a
really
good
something.
did.
job of being
And then
very
Dreaming
diplomatic.
got so pissed at Nana Patty and started going after her. Like, and it's just all Nana Patty's doing is just enforcing the rules. So she shouldn't be
Yeah.
attacked for that. Those are the rules.
But she made
I've
a
had
big
people,
long comment.
I've
Yeah.
seen people get
She
mad
made a
at
big
me.
long
plenty of
comment, and
times.
it's just it's okay. I think if she whatever she does, but it's not okay. It's just I'm very shocked at Dreaming. I really am, because I really thought she was part of this family. She was, someone that loved us. She puts up so much crap with that best friend of hers that is just such a jerk to her. And like, why does she just, that's what scares me. People will say, oh, I love you, I love you, I love you. And then the littlest thing, and they're like, gone.
They're gone.
And they're gone. And they're on another channel, and they're saying, you're like,
I
wait a
find
minute, where's
that
my sister? What the freak is she
unbelievable.
doing? Right? Because it's like, I can't even believe this.
Right, okay, yeah, I mean, okay, I'm going to hold my hands up. Am I responsible for all the comments? I was not here 24/7 watching the comments because I was trying to do this demo of these flowers. I wasn't even here. I was out there. Yes, okay, Baxter. I want to hold my hands up. I'm responsible for my comments, but I'm for my channel, but I can't be held responsible for things that
Thank you,
maybe.
Eugene girl. Thank you.
I haven't got a new friend, Pamela. You can do one. I haven't. I love Carolyn and I love this channel. I wouldn't be here now if I'm not trying to defend myself, but I can't. You can't have one eye on what you're doing down here. I had the camera down here facing down.
But
I was
but you
trying
were
to-
discussing it because people were saying, Sally Ann, yes, this, that. They were talking to you about this. If you could go back and listen to your live, I was listening to it. As Scooter, I was saying, I have to turn this off. I can't listen to this. I should be sleeping. And then I said I had to go back to it because I was ready. I was throwing up. I was shaking.
Oh.
I was crying. I was saying, I can't believe this. How stupid am I? I keep giving the keys to people to ruin this community. And this community is our family. And I will fight for this community because it's such a beautiful thing and it's helped me and it's helped others. And I won't sit back and see it destroyed. Thank you,
Carolyn,
Marlene.
I feel the same way. Honest to God, I'm so sorry. I'll close my channel down, right? Because I don't want you to feel like this. I love you, and you lot have done so much for me.
That's why I'm so hurt, Sally Ann, because I'm there and I'm going, wait a second, like, what is going on here? And seeing this, I mean, it's just like, I just feel like, it's almost like, what the heck is going on? Like, oh, if we could just get Zoom and we can get Slack, then we can just take this baby over. That's how I feel that this has been brought about, because those are the two things that have been like so utmost is Zoom and Slack, and then getting people on that are saying, oh, this is so much better than that boring channel. You should come here. People won't talk over you. It's so much easier to get on here. This is going to be so much better. It's not going to be like Mommy Ramblings. You're going to be able to say whatever you want here. Thank you, Carolyn Fraser. And it's just hurtful.
Yeah,
It's really
Carolyn
hurtful for
Fraser,
somebody
thank
that
you.
is promoted and helped in every way I could. It's really hurtful to see that. I mean, not even like a week out of the gate. It's really scary.
Carolyn, that is not how it's been.
I didn't hear Sally Ann say one disrespectful thing towards you. Granted, I wasn't there the whole time, but I've never heard Sally Ann say anything bad about you.
You
No,
didn't
I
see any of the
hadn't.
conversation that was going on with Heather and with whoever Tracy was, and Tracy wasn't. Tracy was, and it just didn't make sense what Tracy was saying, because Tracy goes, I've been watching this channel for so long, and I love this channel, and I've made my best friends. I'm like, what? This is like the fifth live. It just seems something seems so scripted.
She's talking about your channel, Carolyn.
She was talking about your channel,
But she was on your channel saying it. She's never even come here.
Yes, she has.
Never on panel.
She's just Tracy. No, because she said she was scared. Because there's so many people on panel.
Scared? Scared of us? Really?
No, you're scared of
probably because, you have so many more viewers than Sally Ann has. And she said that she was scared, and we encouraged her to come up on panel.
Well, everything that was said there.
That goes right
really
back to what I was talking about.
Okay.
Sorry, Sue, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, it looks like Sally Ann is, really upset about this.
Yeah.
And
she apologized. She did.
Right.
And it took a lot of courage to come up here. It took a lot of courage to come up here.
Because I love you, Lisa. Honest to God, I love you. This wasn't what I wanted.
Well, Sally Ann, I would not be hurt if it's hurtful to see something like this. Believe me, it is hurtful for me to see this, because I just feel like, what the heck is happening? This is such a great community, and it is like a family, and it's helped so many people, including myself. And I'm going to need this community, and in the next month, I am going to need this community big time.
I know.
Right.
And I just feel like everything is falling apart. I just feel
no, it isn't. We're here. We're still here.
No.
Yeah, we're here. Definitely.
I'm here too.
It's not falling apart.
I know, Sally. I know you're here.
My son had brain surgery a week ago.
I know.
I was beside myself, and coming in here and getting support from people and prayers and love.
Thank you, Gail.
That meant a lot to me.
I know.
People don't understand the bond that we have and how long we've had it. I don't normally say a lot when I call in, but I'm telling you, I was frazzled. I was like a nervous wreck. So
I think
he's doing okay.
I had.
Thank goodness.
I'll just say some. Can I say something quickly, because I looking at Sally Ann as well, and I don't believe that Sally Ann was trying to do that. Trying to take over or get more, but it was uncomfortable because it was open. The subject was open. The only thing is, it's a mistake. It shouldn't be open like that on the panel. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Because I was even thinking this morning, because I went back before all this and I had a look at what had happened that night before last, with the person in chat. I won't say a name. And then, because I thought that's what it was all about. And I had listened to everything, and I had to listen to Scooter. And it wasn't like that. It was just, and Scooter was trying to just, and Scooter said, was shaking her head, I think, and saying, oh, dreaming, because it was a lot of noise, and Scooter tried her best, but it wasn't anything bad. But I just want to say, and Sally Ann, obviously you didn't see the comments after the video, and I hadn't, and they are bad. That's you didn't, that's not your fault, and I'm pretty sure that you would have said something about that if you could have read those comments, because I really feel you would. Do you know what I mean? But this is very unfortunate. The only thing is, it was too open. It was open there on the live where this is what that's what I was thinking early this morning. This could happen. It just rolls over, and then you get people coming in, and it's nitpicky and da 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 da, and it's too much drama, isn't it? And it's a learning thing, Sally-Ann, isn't it?
Yeah.
Remember, I think from now on, you've got to have, it's got to be rules now, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, that's why you shouldn't. You shouldn't go to especially a channel that has supported you, go to another channel and talk about a channel that has supported you, and have people talking negatively about a channel that's supporting you. It should have been, hey, you know what? That's mommy's channel, and I wasn't there. We're not going to discuss that, or you maybe discuss it directly, like Robin Swan said, because Robin Swan said it, Cupcake said it. I'm not familiar. I'm not, comfortable discussing this. I'm not. I don't want it. This is passive aggressive and it's toxic.
Yeah.
And Scooter was called out.
Cupcake was good about that.
And
Sorry.
yeah, and I mean, and then in comes Miss Jane, and I'd love to know. And I wrote an email. I want to know who's telling Miss Jane that I said I don't like her and I'm slandering her over here, because obviously that this is why I get very nervous with people sending messages, as we know people could do that, and I've always said it. If someone is telling you something about me that I don't like you or something, come to me. Don't listen to a message. I don't care who it's from. I don't care. You look at J Bells, okay? I don't care who it's from. You come to me and say, is this true? No, not about that. And I just emailed her and I said, hey, Miss Jane, who is saying I didn't like you and I was slandering you, because that's not the truth.
See,
I mean,
we have all these people here that love you. We all do.
Who's on little girl's iPhone?
That's me, Danielle.
Oh, Danielle. Okay. Oh,
Yeah, I had
scared me
to
for a
call
minute.
in.
I didn't know if that was going to be a
Hi,
flash.
Danielle.
Danielle
Hi,
C?
Scooter.
Yeah, Danielle.
Yes,
C.
Danielle
Yeah.
C.
Hi, Danielle.
Hi,
Hi,
Danielle.
guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I had to call in because I kind of caught a little bit, and I was there when the initial, I guess I'm not going to say attack, but you know what I mean? It wasn't an attack. It was just everyone was excited. There was a lot of speaking, and to be honest, what started it was Mystic Firefly. She started it in the chat. She started attacking Sally-Ann, and she started attacking like saying they're taking over. I don't want to hear. I was deleting her comments constantly. Then she started attacking me. Then I was just ignoring, and I was just me and Mama Ames. We were just timing her out.
And me.
Oh, and Nana Patty as well. And she was out of control. And then she comes back in and she's like, Danielle, you were threatening me. I was like, Mystic, I didn't threaten you at all. I was like, I don't threaten people. That's not me. And I just left it at that. And she's like, well, you attacked me. I said, I did no such thing.
Hey,
And,
Jen
I'm just modding a channel. I'm trying to keep peace and trying to be a diplomat, trying to see all sides. But she was attacking Sally-Ann, and that wasn't okay. And then she was angry about dreaming. She was angry that dreaming was, it was loud, and it's like, oh, my ears. And I'm just thinking, okay, so lower your volume if it's too loud for you. And dreaming couldn't figure it out. And listen, that's okay, and everyone was very loud. And then when Scooter came in to say, hey guys, and she was kind of like dreaming, oh, it's all right, just Mystic is saying this, and then here comes Scooter being a mod diplomat also for the channel, trying to calm everything down, like, hey guys, let's take a turn, let's each take turns, let's not talk over each other. That to me was not malicious at all. That's just another moderator trying to speak up for Carolyn, because Carolyn can't be screaming all the time, and it's kind of not our jobs, but our jobs to mod. And I don't think Scooter was attacking dreaming a drop.
No,
You know,
I
not
don't
even
think
a
so
little.
at all. Because and dreaming, just whenever it was I was at the Dollar Tree when the whole thing with Nana Pat, when I was in the Dollar Tree, somebody was trying to tell a story, and Sally Ann was talking, and dreaming screamed out, "Sally Ann, stop it! I want to hear the story," really, really loud. Now, how come that like and then this is the person that's upset that Scooter said, "Could you,
Right.
Well,
back
because
off the
I
mic or
think,
something?"
well, I'm sorry. I think dreaming is just hurt. I think she believes because what I heard her say on Sally Ann's channel was, this is not the first time. Scooter's
Right,
always
yeah,
doing
she
this
said
to
that.
me.
I'm not going
You
back
know,
to that boring
and I
channel. It's so
No.
I don't
boring.
believe that. I
It's
really
a
don't
snooze
believe that.
fest.
Scooter doesn't attack anyone. Scooter just comes in and is like, "Hey guys, let's give everyone a chance." And whether it's sarcastic, funny, serious, it doesn't matter. She's trying to put across of, we can't speak over each other because then no one's hearing each other. There's a lag. There's a lag in, in the Zoom. There's chat going on. There's a million things going on, but in no way, shape, or form is Scooter malicious. She is never malicious.
Right.
Well,
I think people have
I have been on edge the last, few nights. Maybe it came out wrong or something.
Right.
And
Well,
I
people
don't
people
expect
are
that.
people. I
And
mean,
I
that's
No.
what I'm
feel so
saying.
bad.
Sometimes we have a bad day. Sometimes we're short.
Oh my goodness,
And
everybody has
Yeah.
a bad day, and that's okay.
yeah,
But it wasn't. I felt no me, and they were trying to say maybe it's a Southern thing. They don't take East Coast, New York or whatever.
but that's who we are.
They
And
don't
the
take
people
our
that are here have always
sarcasm.
dealt with East Coast sarcasm, and they know it, and they know me. Those that know me, and that's why this is my
I
love language.
understand
Because if
that.
I'm sarcastic, I love you.
I am very sarcastic. I'm very kind. I'm very, funny. I'm
Can I just-
sarcastic. I'm a little
Can I
bit of
interject
everything.
one
Sure.
second, Danielle?
Sure.
I just want to say one thing that people have to understand as mods. If we say something to somebody, we don't personalize any of it. We love everyone. Like if we say, I can't explain it. I think I feel like everyone's like that. If you say something to somebody that they need to, let somebody else speak, or even if it's in the chat that you have to, say something to somebody or whatever, it's not something personal that we're saying something to you because we don't like you. There's no emotion attached to it. It's just sort of what you need to do, and then you move on.
It's modding. Exactly. It's just
right, but
modding.
people,
It's
I
not
think
personal.
Right. I think people internalize that and maybe read into it that
Yes.
maybe we're operating on that level of emotion. But I know for myself, I take it as a very professional role, that it's just sort of my job to do that. But then as a person that belongs to the community, these are all my friends. I separate the two.
Hang on a minute. Can I just
Does that
say
make
something?
sense?
Jackie Rabbit.
Maybe that'll help people to understand that it's not a personal thing.
It's Nanny K, okay? That is who Voldemort is, Nanny K, because...
Wait, what?
Who's a Voldemort?
Somebody just said who is Voldemort. It's Nanny K. I mean, I was upset with Nanny K the other night because she...
Who is Voldemort?
We were saying about Nanny K about this is on my channel, saying about how she, she comes on and she takes over. I mean, I know I've been accused of being taken over, but how she was the other night when you were having trouble with your teeth, I was having trouble with my teeth, and she came on, and that is who we just kept saying, she who cannot be named, and it was Nanny K. That's who we were talking about. Okay, I will say that outright. Scooter, me and you, we go back and forth all the time. I love you,
Right.
Scooter. I love you. I love all of you. I love you, Mummy.
And
We've gone back and
everybody
forth.
does.
I believe you,
I can't.
Sally,
Sometimes.
I believe you. I believe you. I just don't, maybe you just, I don't know. I guess you weren't realizing what people were saying, or maybe paying attention to your craft. I don't know.
It got a little mobbish in there.
Yeah.
It got a little witch hunt.
I haven't finished watching it. I've been laying in bed with the ear things on.
Oh,
listening
get lost,
because
Pamela.
Carolyn-
Get lost.
Carolyn was
What?
so
What?
Sally Ann, block her, because I've already blocked her. I can't see her.
She's just
Block
saying,
her.
I don't even know what's going on.
Oh, I'm not-
Just
I'm not
relax,
in
Sally,
chat.
and stop reading.
Sally,
Okay, Pamela.
block her.
Yeah, don't reread it.
Yeah, I'm not in
Too
chat.
much.
What's
Yeah,
happening?
Let me
Don't-
just say, Sally Ann, that
worry about
Carolyn
it.
was
Let me go up.
Sally Ann, let me just
I
say,
don't know
I
how
haven't even watched
to
it, but I've
YouTube
been
channel.
laying there watching it because Carolyn was really, really upset and she messaged me about it. And she was saying everything that she's been saying right here. And she couldn't sleep and
And I
was
knew I
sick
had to confront it, because if I would just keep it, I would be it would be eating away at me, and I have to confront it, and I have to get out there and let people know what's going on, because if anybody's getting messages or anybody's trying to tell you this, that, or the other thing, I had a bad feeling. I mean, a bad feeling in the pit of my soul, and I just felt, Carolyn, what the hell did you let happen to this community? Because I hold this community so high, not just for me, for everyone here. I have been getting emails about how this community has helped so many people through so many rough things, and I will not let it be destroyed. I will fight with everything in me, okay? I will fight like crazy for this community, and I will. It's my family. It is. And maybe people don't understand that. And how I could have come here so quick. I found out my son died with this community. Do you understand that? So how could I not come back right away with this community?
Who's that?
Who is that?
Is it Cupcake?
Sharon. It's okay, Sharon.
Who?
Sharon.
Sharon, you
It's not
okay?
Sharon. I'm fine. I'm just here.
Somebody's
Alright,
crying. I don't know.
Who's crying?
I don't know.
Can I say something now?
Who's crying?
Who's
Who's
crying?
crying?
Is it 10th Angel?
Is it 10th Angel?
10th Angel, are you all right?
I'm all right, Carolyn.
Yes.
All right.
Don't get yourself upset. I don't want you to get upset, 10th Angel.
Oh my goodness,
Can you
10th
hear
Angel,
me?
I can
breathe.
hear you. Let 10th Angel talk.
Carolyn,
Yes,
I love you.
I love you too.
I love the family you made. This fighting is not worth it.
No, I just want to put an end to it. I want to
I
just
know.
squash it.
Building a channel is okay, but stepping on people is not. We're all together. I visit all the channels because I've met you all here as a family.
Yeah.
this
That's why
is
I was
hard.
at Sally Ann's channel. I was trying to watch it to get,
This
to be
is
there like I am
heartbreak.
for Tammy and like I am for Davida and I am for everybody. Mama Ames, I try to do what I can to watch the videos and leave a comment if I can't be there. And that's why I was just flabbergasted. Because I couldn't believe it. I just said, this is insane. What is going on here?
I don't know what's happening. I just hear the sadness, and I gotta tell you that all of you, Nana Patty, to Scooter, Lisa D, Sally Ann, watching you guys during my tough time really kept me going. To see Carolyn crying and upset is bad. It's so bad because you made the family. Don't break the family up.
We won't. 10th Angel.
No, I will not. I'll do everything in my power never to do that. And that's why I said I have to come and say something now, because if what I think is happening, people have to be aware that it's happening, because why are people saying that I'm saying bad things and slandering them and I'm not? And Miss Jane is not the only one, because there's another creator saying, again, that I'm saying stuff and slandering her. So someone is sending someone messages and saying things that are not happening.
10th Angel, we're okay. We're gonna
But it's
be all
okay,
right,
10th Angel, I don't want you to get stressed out about it. please. You just got home from the hospital. You don't need your
Does
blood
everybody
pressure.
see how important it is that we stay together and we stick together and we stay loyal to each other?
Yeah, we're stronger as a group than we are as apart.
I would never have come up here if I knew I was in the wrong. You know, I would never. I mean, I've literally, I had a missed call from Jan. I've literally just run down the stairs from my bed, come straight on here. I haven't even been to the toilet yet, and I've come straight on here because this was not my
because that
intention.
sounds funny. I'm sorry.
I haven't even been for a pee, Lisa. I haven't even been for a pee. I'm sat here.
Yeah, well,
I haven't brushed my hair.
But
you
listen,
know,
I was calling her to get her on here to sort it out.
I think it does.
Sorry, Mum.
It does take a lot of courage that you came on, and you're.
I don't feel like it's courage, Lisa, because yes, I'm reading the comments here because I'm not doing anything else with my hands. So I'm listening and I'm taking everything in, and I'm so sorry that it went out like that. But that was not the intention. That was not the intention.
I can see that.
Yeah, I believe, Sally,
Yeah,
it wasn't the intention. It escalated. There were bits and pieces in it, and it was. Do you know what I mean? I know that you didn't intend it. I feel like you definitely didn't intend it, but there were digs. And then I think what happened is the people, the comments after the videos, maybe they were watching, maybe they saw, and then they went in.
Right.
And just thought, oh, whoever they are.
saw the opportunity to jump in.
Right.
Because there are people doing this, and that's why there has to be rules. Do you know what I mean?
Well, they will be blocked. They will not be on that channel.
I know, like
I'm going to tell her. Sally Ann blocked them comments. Take them off.
But there should be the rules for this now. There has to be rules. How? Just see what I mean? Because I can see it now. How this can just escalate little and then bang. But I know it wasn't. I feel in my heart, definitely not Sally Ann's intention to hurt you, Carolyn, and everybody else that's been hurt. But someone was hurt, and from that being hurt, this has come out with some things. I just don't want to say names, you know what I mean, but has come out with a couple of things. Probably regret it. But this is why it can't be talked on live, because you say things. If you're upset, you can say things.
Right, and everybody says, oh, this is a channel. Everybody, you said it, Sally Ann. You said, oh, no. In this channel, we can talk about anything. We can talk. Yeah. But no, you don't talk about a creator that is promoting you, that has helped you, and you don't just have people on there on a free-for-all going on the critic, because you have to, the enemy of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you see when anybody sees dissension, they run in like that other one that we're having. Don't you understand? There's a whole bunch of people connected. They're like, ooh, and they jump
like that.
And then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Then Sally Ann, you become embroiled with somebody that's the enemy of this, and then you become, and I'm telling you, it will be your destruction. Because just like they're not doing well, they're going to use you to do even more. Okay? And it's not going to build your channel, it's going to bring you down. It's going to sink you.
I take that on, Carolyn. I do. I'm listening to you. I want to learn,
I'm telling you, that's what they're looking for. Any dissension, and they go, oh, I can get it. There's a weak link here. I'll just go in and I'll put some daggers in here and say, oh, I think she was talking bad about you. Yeah, I think she was doing this. Yeah, I think she was doing that. I think Nana Patty, she doesn't like you. They're trying to do whatever it is, and these are very sly people, and they come in under fake names, okay? And those profiles that are leaving the comments are not the real people that are leaving them. Those are called sock accounts, and it's very easy to see it.
But then we have, some people that are our members that turn around and
and that's what's the most upsetting thing, to have our own members doing it. It really is.
Happened to, I didn't hear it, and Sally Ann, as far as people, when you're in, watching the chat and everything, you have to develop a tougher skin.
Yeah, I know. I
You
know.
have to be, if you're going to be on the panel, you have to be more resilient.
Yeah.
It's not easy to be on the panel.
No.
Like, did you ever
You
see
will
what I'm
be-
always
you
been
will
doing
be
like this
attacked.
already? Is anybody bored with what I'm saying? Is this all right? Does anybody care about what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying it all the time. Does anybody care about what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody thinks it's stupid what I'm saying. So, you know, it does take a certain amount of, I don't know, modulation or boundaries or like,
A
I don't know.
sock account is what a
To be
sock
on a
account is.
panel,
It's a fake
you
account.
know?
Like say you get something and you call it gym sock. Let's just say I'm just it's a silly name, but then you use that gym sock account to go leave comments on other channels, and there are people that do that strategically in order to cause division.
Right.
It's
Wow,
just
see, that's something I'm learning new right now because I had no clue that people even do that.
I didn't either. All I
I
thought
didn't
of was that
either.
they're just like trolls, you know?
And I just, can I just say something for a second? I just,
Yeah.
you know, Carolyn was, I don't know, I was thinking of it as like the other night when we were talking about sitcoms and then there's spin-offs. And I just thought it's so sweet that there's these little spin-offs from Carolyn's channel, because to me, that contributes to Carolyn's success. That's how I saw it. And then, you know, Carolyn was
No.
saying, oh, you know, Crafty P, I never say her name right. Crafty Peep, you know, she has her channel, and Davita has her channel, Mama Ames, and so I try to, you know, go and support these channels, and
Exactly.
so I hope my comments, you know, weren't.
you know, I did think the one thing where you said that you're not my favorite person. I just tolerate you. That's not true, Cupcake.
No, I know I said that just to kind of self-deprecate
Okay,
myself.
but I
you know
do
what
appreciate your comment and saying and tagging Sally Ann and saying this is not the, you know, I don't think we should, I don't feel comfortable. I do appreciate that.
Well, yeah, because I just thought this is not. We're there to talk about crafts and be silly and have fun with each other. Not. I was really, and I called
You did,
Dreaming
yeah.
on
I appreciate.
on
Yes,
it,
I appreciate it.
and
And
I did
Robin
it.
Swan said this something similar. Yes, and I appreciate that.
And so the other comment was just to be self-deprecating to.
Yeah. No, I just want to make sure that you don't really think that.
Her too, because I
Right.
truly don't believe that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, and then I followed up with Sally later, and I just said, Sally, honey, you just have to, when these things come up, you just have to nip it in the bud right away, because otherwise it's going to explode into something that's not meant to be. And you know, no, I don't think that there was any malicious intent at all. And yeah,
Thank
I
you,
just,
Carol Plant.
Thanks, Carol Plant.
I don't know if there's anything that I can help, because I didn't see everything, and I kind of was like puttering around in my kitchen and had, you know, just had the volume up for some of it. Some of it I didn't hear everything clearly, like if I ran to the bathroom and was washing my hands or whatever. And
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's not like I'm not threatened. You guys know I'm always supporting other channels, always, you know, even channels like when I met Davita already had a channel, but I still support her channel. I always tell everybody to go to it. She's got a great channel, and she's my good friend. And, you know, she's
Right.
the first one that tells me, you know, you can't worry about what time that you go on or this and that, because everybody's got to find their own niche anyway. And everybody's, you know, you can give people a start, but they can't just think that, okay, well, it's just going to be, remember, you have to reach your own audience. Everybody's got to, you know, get their own audience, and that's what happens. So, you know, then it becomes, especially like when more and more channels are started, it gets an intense pressure, which you may not understand for a creator, especially when we're trying to find our own, like, at this marathon, we're all screwed up. And, you know, sometimes I'll say, oh, I'll go on this time, and then I don't. And it's like, and then Davita said, no, no, no. She said, look, you can't do that, Carolyn. You've got to do you, and if you can go on and it's a Dollar Tree thing, you just do it. If you're on the road, do it. You know, you have to do that, and all of us do. So it's not a matter of schedule. You're never going to be able to schedule. The more people get channels and the more people you know, you're always going to be on when someone else is on. It's impossible not to be.
And I have when I've been on and you've come on. I mean, some of the videos are only 10 minutes long, and you've come on, Carolyn, and I've gone, right, come on, everybody, let's go over to Carolyn's.
Yeah, but see, I noticed it that there wasn't even a thought about me this last time, and I noticed that, and that's why I said something is really wrong here, and it wasn't until someone said it twice, and then just things that were said on the panel and all the messaging, and it was just a horrible, bad feeling, a really, really bad feeling. Thanks, Tammy.
I'm glad you're addressing this now.
And I had to address it now because I was sick. I couldn't sleep. I tried. I lay there for so long, and I just kept getting sicker and sicker. And I said, I've got to.
I feel I've been up since 2 a.m. I wish I would have known.
I've got to. I just have to, because I can't let this fester, because it's just going to bring back resentment and everything else. And I'm just going to comment. And
I couldn't help you
just
earlier.
really
I was off.
I feel the same way. If I get really upset, I like to just bring it right out in the open right away. And
right, because resentment, it's not going to do any good. It's just going to be, it's horrible.
It cooks inside you.
And I was actually, I just feeling sick, just a horrible feeling, just like I tell you, vomiting. That's how bad it was.
Well, betrayal is a horrible feeling. When you feel like people that really love you turn on you. It's bad.
Thank you,
But we
Cameron,
haven't
that dear.
betrayed her. That's the thing. We're still here.
I'm just saying,
it's a thing that's got out of hand, and it needs, like Mummy says, it needs directing. Sorry, Lisa. It needs directing, and it needs sorting today. Okay, babes. It needs sorting today. So, Scoots, how do we sort it? You're the voice of reason. You know everything that should be done. You're the sheriff. So, how do we sort it, Scoots?
Oh, you're asking all my advice. I don't know how you sort it, but all my advice is just respect one another.
Yes.
That's just as simple as that. You know, don't talk over people. Don't talk about people on a panel in a mean way. You know, somebody's trying to help you. You know, Carolyn, she's been through a lot, and she needs support. She doesn't.
Now I have to say, you know, Scooter, I just have to say something, Scooter, because I've been thinking about this. Okay. Now, even when you have someone as part of the community that maybe people don't click with or get along with, but the person is not really a bad person, we still love that person. What if that person killed themselves because, you know, somebody said that something really hateful to them, or that their conversation wasn't worth it? Okay, maybe it's not worth it to some people. Maybe some people think the person's over talking, whatever it is. Though she shouldn't be talking about her teeth for 10 minutes.
They needed to at that moment.
We don't know what that person is going through. Now, if the person is a bad, horrible person, you know, I mean, that's different. But if the person just doesn't click with us, we still have to think about, we can't just be putting horrible comments in and saying, oh, get this person off. They stink. They suck. They're horrible. Oh my gosh, I can't stand them. Think about that person has feelings, because they do have feelings. And maybe you don't know what's going on in their life. And yeah, okay, maybe they're saying something that is a little bit outlandish. Yeah, you could call them on it and say, hey, what did you really make an outfit for share, or what's going on here? But
Right,
maybe
right,
that
right,
person,
right.
it's not coming from a horrible, mean place. Maybe that person needs something, maybe not. That's the balance. You've got to be careful because you just don't know. We're not going to click with everybody. And so, it's hard because sometimes that very person, sometimes she can say some cool things, and then
Right,
sometimes
right,
she can
right.
go on for hours, and you have to get a word in. But
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know you mean Caroline. I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be
it's
like
just,
that with her.
yeah, it's just she's a person, and I
Yeah.
mean, we don't know what she's going through.
And that, Carolyn, that's one of the reasons that I was drawn to you, because before I really became, good friends with you and stuff, sometimes I'd be just watching and someone would come on and I would think to myself, I wouldn't put it in chat, but I would think to myself, oh no, not this one again. But you would all
Exactly.
sit there so
Same.
lightly
I
and you would
understand
listen.
that.
But
And
Carolyn
listen
never
and-
reacted that way.
No,
Right,
Carolyn has
right,
the patience of a saint. I don't even know where she takes it. I wish I can have some of it, but she has the patience of a saint. She lets everybody speak about whatever they want.
right.
And whatever kind of day, whether it's something happy, funny, something a little more serious, something a little sad, Carolyn takes it all. And my biggest thing is when everybody starts freaking out, I'm like, hey guys, let's remember we are all adults here. And let's remember that it's Carolyn's channel and she
Mhm.
knows exactly who is on panel, and she can mute and remove anyone if she felt it necessary. So I don't understand why everybody else feels it necessary to tell Carolyn how to run her channel.
Right, right.
That happens a
I'm
lot.
sorry. I hold my hands up. I'm sorry. I have been horrible about that person. And I'm sorry. I won't,
No,
Sally
and
Ann, you're
listen,
not the only
everybody
Sally Ann.
everybody
You're not
doesn't
the
mesh
only
with
one.
everybody, Sally Ann. That's okay.
You're
That's
not the only
okay.
one.
That's
not-
why you'll see, I'll say to people, leave for a while. If you can't,
Yeah,
you're not
like
Which
come
we
back
did the
later.
other
just
day,
leave
didn't
for a
we,
while.
Lisa?
Yeah,
Lisa,
like just take
we
a break.
did that the other day, didn't we?
It's a good
But-
strategy. There's nothing wrong
You
with
know
that.
what? You know what to remember. Like sometimes the most unlikely people could surprise you. So like she may be the one that's rowing a lifeboat that's going to save your life one day, and you'll say, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it." It's an analogy, but maybe she's going to be a person that would reach out to you in the most unexpected of ways. Because we don't always understand people, and we don't always know where they're coming from, and sometimes people do a lot of, out of fear of rejection, they do a lot of things that will turn a person off to see if you'll reject me because they've been rejected their whole life.
Right,
And
exactly.
there's so many different behaviors in people that we don't always understand. And I've seen it so much because sometimes some of the very people who have said to me, like, who have gotten offended, and Potter, you don't mind that I say this, when Potter first started, Potter would say, I don't think Carolyn sees me, or I don't know. And then I would think Potter didn't like me. But then as the time's gone on and 2 years have gone on, Potter has my back all the time.
Yep.
But
Yep.
when they started out,
Yep.
some might say, Potter was saying, oh, I don't know if Carolyn likes me. And, and so maybe Potter, because of whatever things she's went through,
And
felt this
I
about
remember,
me. But I just had to,
Yeah.
say, Potter, no, I love you, Potter. Okay? Even if I miss a comment or something, I still love you. And I know Potter has my back.
and
In
Potter
everything.
would say things that people didn't understand. Remember in the beginning?
Yeah.
And she would be, people would be getting mad at her, and for some reason I clicked with her as well, and she knew that I understood how she was, and just
See, and
I don't know.
that's what hurts me about dreaming the most, because
Right. I was just going to say that that's why this hurts so bad,
I
because of
felt
the
like
person that you really
in the
are.
beginning dreaming was like not liking me or whatever, and then I thought, wow, we came full circle. And I just said to Scooter the other day, I said, I really think she's settled in and she knows that I like her and we get along, we're having a good time. And then to hear her say like, oh, I will not go back to that boring channel, it's so boring, I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is what I mean about people that I've got your back,
Right.
and on a dime they're gone. And that's
Are you
what's so
certain she
hurtful.
was talking about your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she
Okay.
was just hurt. I do.
Well,
You
her
know,
for what?
dreaming is a little bit on edge, I think, lately.
Hmm.
I think she's got a lot on her plate.
Yeah, like her
I think
daughter
she-
just went
Right.
through a
She can
huge cancer
internalize
scare.
things very easily.
I like dreaming. I like hearing her story.
Me
I
too.
love her. I love her stories.
why
I
it's,
love
like,
her
so
mannerism.
hurtful
I
that-
love her jokes.
I love everybody's quirkiness. I
And
gotta
I
tell you.
I do as well. I do too, Lisa.
And Heather, I love your little comments.
Okay. I just
I
came
love
in
that.
late at the end of this, so I'm not really sure what all my name's been gone through or what all has been talked about. I'm gonna
Hey,
address a
Heather.
few that I know on my heart. It wasn't long after today that I just had a bad feeling. I had an uncomfortableness about it, and I wish I had addressed it. If I hadn't had a few little issues tonight, I probably would have reached out, but I intended to go back and listen to it again because, I wanted to make sure that, well, anyway, so long story short, from the very beginning, you mentioned something about me saying, something about the auction. I know I made a comment that I had just woke up and I hadn't even had any coffee or whatever. And I was just kidding. Honestly, was being sarcastic at that point. I just was saying that guy was getting on my nerve when I turned it on. That's all I meant by that.
I don't know. I didn't listen to anything, so I
I don't
can't.
think I have ever been disrespectful towards you or this channel. And I sure don't think, and I hope not, that you're not making comments that I might be one that would go to another creator or say anything, because I don't even know that Leah, whoever, Jane.
No, I didn't say that. Heather, I'll tell you what I said. I said, and
No,
I
no,
will,
no,
I
I'm
know I
just-
do. I want to address this with you because it is causing a resentment in me, and I want to address it with you. Okay, because it's not. You did say it one other time. You've said something like, Carolyn, you've said it to on the panel once. Okay, you said, oh, I don't think some people get your sarcasm, and it's not fine, and it's not funny, and it could be this. But look, Heather, just let me hear me out. That sarcasm is me. It is who I am. It is true to the core who I am.
Sally, and
This
just
is
mute yourself for a
it
second.
Ellen,
it
could
is-
you mute so Carolyn?
Sorry,
can
my
talk with
husband's
her?
just coming worried about me.
It is.
Okay,
It
but
is
she's
my
talking
love
to Heather.
language. If I am sarcastic with you, as I said, if I'm joking around with you, you can know that I love you, 100%. If you would tell me, Carolyn, don't do that, you would be making me be a phony person, and I can't be a phony person. I cannot even fake a hello, as I've said, to someone I don't like, which is why I had to address this, because I would not be able to keep this under wraps. I couldn't. The resentment would be there. So I will say that I resent you saying that, Heather, because it is who I am. And everyone is here because they've known what I am. And if they didn't like that about me, I don't think they would be here. They know that I'm sarcastic and I have a dry, witty sense of humor, and a lot of us do here. And it's what connects us. As Scooter has the same freaking thing. And so, yeah, we can just do it and we can laugh, and she could say, call me, and I'll
Mine's
say,
a little
why?
worse.
Like, oh, right, if I have to, but she knows that I don't really mean, oh, if I have to. She knows that I
No.
love her. So she knows that's how we talk. So when you say that, it kind of just makes it weird because you want me to be something I'm not. It's like me saying, Heather, what's a little weird is that you do something that you do in the nicest Christian way and don't do it and don't act like that and don't do this. And you'd say, well, Carolyn, you don't want me to be who I am. So that's my first thing. This is who I am. I'm not going to change it. Okay. That's my personality. The other thing is you, and I had never said anything to you because it's the way you are. you will make little biting comments after things that I say, especially if we talk about dolls or things like that. And I've never said that, nor would I ask you to change it. So I find it weird that you say that people might take my sarcasm as rudeness when you say little comments after Lisa or I or somebody Scooter, and they could be taken as rudeness too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I don't understand then why you would nitpick on me about the sarcasm, and that's why I feel resentment.
Okay. First, let's go back to the original time that the sarcasm thing got brought up. Somebody had been really ugly to y'all, and I came on that night because I was upset for you and Scooter. And I can't remember who it was. It was way back when we were doing balls. And I was trying, like today, to try and make a point that some people take it too far and they don't understand. Meaning other people, when they hear y'all bantering back and forth. Prime example, that lady from Florida that was making the clay stuff and all that one night, she got really mad because y'all were cutting up and stuff. And I think she really believed it. And I think one time Dreaming believed that Scooter had never watched TV as a kid and all that stuff. And all I was trying to say in it was that some people take it really serious and they don't realize that y'all are just absolutely kidding. And I barely got finished saying it. And you got really mad and defensive. And said, well, this is who I am. This is how I'm going to be. And I understand that. I got that. I have adored you. I've enjoyed this community. And I banter with you. I guess when you say that maybe I make those little comments, I guess I thought I was trying to be sarcastic back with you.
Well, I understand it, and it's fine. See, to me, it's fine. But I'm saying I found it disingenuous that you would do that and then yet say, Carolyn, maybe her sarcasm is just, she should cool it a little bit.
Okay. I'm not sure what exactly I said. Today, what I was trying to do with Dreaming is she was really upset, I guess. I don't know. She came in, very upset. And I just, again, I was stumbling. One thing I've never really shared with y'all, and this is no excuse because I don't like people that give excuses. When I get very upset, as you can tell, I have a hard time getting things out. I'm very easy and very outgoing. But when I get really stressed, I stumble around trying to figure out how I want to say it. So today I remember thinking that when she was talking, and I was trying again to compare how you and Scooter cut up and all that stuff, and so that maybe it wouldn't hurt her feelings because she is. And I was making a reference being from the South because God love her. She just sometimes I don't know if she just doesn't understand. And I thought, well, maybe that'll make her understand, that we play one way, y'all maybe play another. I didn't mean it ugly by any means whatsoever.
Okay, well,
I really was trying to calm her down.
just took it, and I have to, like I say, I have to get this out because I will have a resentment, and if I don't say it, and I thought, we had an after party, and I thought we were getting along well, and I thought everything, and then I just was very hurt when I heard some of the things I heard today in that channel, and I am very hurt, and I was saying, why? I don't understand why. I felt like I don't know. I just felt like.
What else? When I first turned it on, you were saying my name, something about Nana Patty, that I had said something.
No, not Nana Patty. No, not Nana Patty. You said something to one of the people in there. You said, well, you could call in here because, you don't get talked over here.
Oh, yes, I'm glad you brought that up. Okay, there again, that kind of upsets me because I feel like you spun that. The whole thing was Pia.
Tracy.
Snittle.
No, it was Tracy.
No, it's Pia.
No, but it was Tracy.
Talking to Cupcake.
It was Tracy.
About some
Thank you,
situation her past, and she was wanting to call in, and she was saying prior to that
but Heather, it wasn't P. Snit. I heard the P. Snittle one, but this was Tracy, and she was on panel, and you said, "See, now you're called on panel."
Again, she's another one that's really, really shy, and I was encouraging her, and I said, "See, you called in on this channel." Then you can do it the other. This one was quieter today where she was on. That's why I was trying to tell her because there was only 4 of us on there. That's all I meant by it. Same thing with
that's how I heard it.
She said she is very, very shy. And I said something about Tracy and that she called in for the first time.
The Peace Noodle thing was not it. It was that you said about my sarcasm, Carolyn, because I just think that's dissing me as a creator for who I am, about my sarcasm. That's a big spot for me, okay? And then the other thing was, you said, well, you probably can talk better on this channel because you won't get talked over. You said that to Tracy.
Again, she is so shy. You could hear her in her voice. It was kind of like Lavender Flowers or whoever it was called in last night. You could barely hear her, just really.
And yeah, okay, I'm just telling you what my feelings were, and I was hurt by it, and about the auction, and I can't stand that auction, and I hope it's over. And then, you know, when Dreaming was saying that boring channel, and I don't know, I felt like everybody was ganging up, and it was a big thing. It was a good place to just talk about this channel and the people in it, and it just was very hurtful. Really hurtful to hear that.
I'm
because
I did not mean anything by that with Tracy or Peace Noodle. I honestly was just trying to get them to encourage them to call in. And I really did just mean the fact that it was so quiet this morning. It was just a few people on, that if she had come on like Tracy did, she could kind of talk and hear and get the experience, and then she'd call back in. Same thing with Peace Noodle. That was never even at all intended to be nasty whatsoever at all.
Okay, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Heather, and I love you. I think what Carolyn meant was over at the other channel, over at Sally's channel, you guys were beginning to speak about this is a safer place to speak. We can't speak so freely over at, you know, Mommy Ramblings. And, you know, and it was implied we could be more honest here, where you can't over there, and you can't even be heard. Like sometimes, you know, and other words were said, like you can't be heard, or something like, or even the word something might have been used. And then Bailey agreed, and she was like, yeah, you know, you could be more honest here where you can't there. Like where I'm not understanding, why can't you be on, because I know that everyone could be honest on Carolyn's channel. Everybody has been. And then it was commented like, oh, Kevin's here too. So, you know, like that's good because he couldn't take it over there either.
Oh
He
yeah,
needed a
right.
break
And Kevin get
and
this
came
ship
over.
and get Dreaming and save Dreaming and bring her over here, and yeah, it
And
was
it
like
was
a whole us
it was
against
just
them.
kind of like a little bit of a witch hunt. And I was like, this is so not necessary.
Okay, on that part, I kind of remember part of that conversation, but was I saying anything about the first part you were talking about? I mean,
you were speaking and you were saying, well,
About
you know, it's
over
easier to
there.
speak here at Sally Ann's, and it's not at Mommy Ramblings because you can't be heard.
Okay, I totally agree. If you said I said it, I just don't really remember, and so I can't think how I would have said that out of context. But if I said that, I apologize. That's
And then I mean,
in
I'll give you credit. You guys were also trying to, you know, protect your words, saying, listen, I know these words were harsh and, you know, not meaning. And then Cupcake came in with, hey guys, like she had a lot to say, like, hey guys, listen, I understand, you know, all this free speaking, but let's remember, we're not going to come to another channel and speak about someone else behind someone's back. I think it should be spoken to, you know, privately. And that was an excellent thing that Cupcake said. She's like, because I'm not going to have a part of this. I'm not going to, you know, do the back and forths and, you know, and all the talking, you know, and running over to another channel and chirping about another channel. And I thought that was great to say, because it should have been just brought right back to Carolyn and be like, hey, let's, you know, have an open, you know, session and everyone just speak your mind. I don't think Carolyn would ever have a problem with that.
And you're echoing.
I apologize. I did not mean to be
I'm
belittling
echoing,
her
I'm
or her
sorry.
channel. Make it like it was more.
Can I just
I guess
can I
if
just say that when I heard that, and maybe I heard it wrong, the way I heard it and the way I understood it was that Sally Ann's channel is smaller and there's less people. I mean, even though there was quite a few people on panel for a small channel, but I just heard it as get some panel practice here, and then, you know, when you're encouraged to call, you know, if you want to call into Carolyn's channel where there's more people, you know, more of an audience, then it won't be so scary. That's how I heard it, but I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding something. And I'm not saying, you know, everything. I know that there were some things said, but I don't think, I think some
promise.
people said
On that part, I mean, I really, from the bottom of my heart, I hate if that came out wrong. I promise. I don't know what else to say other than I really meant, like, I kid around about, you know, I got my arm out, I'm helping you get on Slack, I'm helping you come up on there. And I guess that what I meant was that the channel is smaller. Maybe they're not as intimidated as they would be with somebody over here. It's like there's 30,000 people. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
all
I
I'm,
get that. I absolutely get that.
you
I
know, like,
just, the
but I
wording,
think my delivery today was sucky, and I hate that. I mean, I really do. I wish I just kept my dead mouth shut and
no,
drank
and it's
coffee and
okay.
slurp.
You're allowed to speak and have an opinion, but also maybe, you know, bring it to Carolyn's channel and say, hey, you know what I'm thinking? And she'll listen.
Oh, I enjoyed all afternoon when Lisa was on. Y'all were cutting up, and all the afternoon. Bryson got here. You know, I was busy, so you know I didn't get to do anything but lurk. But I mean, I just I don't know what else to say other than I'm really, really sorry, and I don't ever want to do anything that offends anybody. Scooter, Nana, Carolyn, everybody on here. I don't ever, and that's why I get tongue tied or get frustrated, and it's just the PSD where I can't get it out, and so I don't ever want to be hurtful or something come out wrong.
It's
And
okay, Heather. It's
and
okay.
bantering with you, Carolyn. I promise. You know, I kidded you that one night, and I knew it'd hurt your feelings. And I think you may have forgot, but I wrote you a something in Messenger right after Christmas because it bothered me. You made a comment, and I thought, oh gosh, you know, I really was kind of kidding you in reading the chat about the doll thing, but I must have pushed it too far. So I wrote you that, and I'm not the greatest writer either, but I really meant it. You know, I never want to offend
that's
you.
why it hurt, Heather, because I thought we had a good time the other night, and I thought, you know, like, okay, well, you know, that was that, and that's why I was really hurt because I went over there and I said, oh gosh, you know, here's that same comment again, and it was really hurtful. And you can ask Scooter. I said, yeah, I'm really, really hurt, and I just felt this. I'm glad that I brought it up because it was really eating at me to the point that I couldn't sleep. I mean, I just couldn't sleep. I was sick to my stomach. And I just felt.
Ever since I brought that up that time, like a long, long, long ago, about the sarcasm that night, whoever it was that got mad and had been ugly to y'all, and I came in kind of defending y'all or whatever, and I was just trying to explain that sometimes people take whatever.
That was when that Deb was here, I think.
I'm sorry, what now?
No, I don't. Yeah, no, that was something different. It was I don't know. It was a night me, and Nana Patty and stuff were on there, and I just felt like it was disingenuous to me because I'm like, well, Heather's sarcastic, and Heather makes these comments. Why would Heather of all people be saying that? You know, it hurt me. I don't know, hurt me.
Well, you know, like I said, I promise. You know, if the first time I ever made the comparison sarcastic thing, I really was just trying to put it out there that, you know, some people just don't get it when it's a really deep comment. You know, they don't realize y'all are just really, really kidding. And I think that I didn't kind of get it out.
But I think people that know me, you know, like, and that they may say something like, I remember, you know, someone said that I'd say, you know, if it's my sarcasm, if I didn't do it, I wouldn't even care. You're like, you should be, you know, again, here's a sign, sarcasm's my love language, and it truly is. So if I'm goofing around with you and I'm joking around with you, it means I like you. And that's someone's gonna say, you don't joke around with me, Carolyn. No, but no. You know what I mean? You know, it's just, it's never because I'm not a hateful person. So I don't say things like to cut and hate and break. It's just not in my nature. I don't do that. If I'm angry, I like now I had to bring this out because I don't want this resentment. I hate resentment. I hate
And
it.
this would build up in you,
It just, yeah, and it just makes
get bigger and
everything
bigger
such a
Well,
just
I,
a
I
drag.
apologize.
When you have a resentment and then you're like, oh gosh, I don't even want them to come up because you have this unspoken resentment with
Yes, it's
someone.
very good to address. This
Yeah.
needed to be addressed, and I
I'm
have
just
to
looking
say,
at.
that Utah, she stuck up for Scooter. She was like, "Are you sure?" Because she was joking. I took it as
Oh, yeah,
joking,
yeah.
and that was Utah, and I was like, "You beautiful woman," and even Robin. Even Robin Swan, she said the same thing. She was like, no, like she was joking. That's not, her. And I'm just listening because I wasn't in there. I saw it much later. And I was just like, oh wow. Like what's going on with this kinds of weird, strange attack where it wasn't necessary.
Can I say something?
Sure. I looked
Uh,
this morning just to I thought I have to see the whole thing. What is going on? On the. Sorry, if I interrupted.
Go ahead, Yuda.
Yeah, the live we're talking about, night before last, was it?
No,
yes.
it was yesterday.
Or yesterday. Yeah. Okay. I woke up and I watched it again with my earplugs in, and then I'd watched it before, and all I thought it was about was a person in chat that had upset Sally Ann. I thought that's what all that was about, and then someone had brought your Scooter in, and then I thought, no, whatever you're saying, it's probably a joke. It's like, you know what I mean? It's nothing serious. And then I looked at it this morning, and it isn't. I think it's just got like this, isn't it? Like.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, even when we first
massive.
came on, I mean, I like Dreaming. She's fine. I don't have anything against her. But when she first came on, she was kind of mad, even at me, because she said she tried to call and I didn't answer, and I was kind of shocked. I was like, well, the next time call twice, in a row, then I know something's wrong. But later, when I saw you called, I didn't think anything about it, and I didn't know what all that was about. I didn't know she was that upset.
Yeah, she was angry and she wanted a lot of people to call and she didn't get you. And I think she wanted other people to vent to because she was very, very hurt. And I'm not really understanding why she was so hurt.
Yeah,
because of me. That's the first thing.
No,
she
I
said.
know. It
But
was
she also went after
Scooter.
Nana Patty the other day, so I think it's something that she's got to look at too, because she's hurting a lot of people and thinking she's not hurting people. She's hurting 3 people already, and thinking that she's the only one that's hurt. You know what I mean? It goes both ways. She's hurting people, and she is, and we have to look at that.
Yeah, this is just my opinion, but the main person that needs to be here is Dreaming, and she needs to. Everybody needs to, tell their feelings, like in a private setting,
because everybody's
probably
really
better.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
mean,
difficult.
she should be.
And
there,
I don't think that Sally Ann meant anything malicious. I just don't. It's hard, like when you're new and you're starting a channel, and you're trying not to offend anybody, and you're trying to change the subject and just.
But what I'm saying, what looked so bad too, is the whole Slack thing. Because
what happened with that?
There's
I don't
really no reason that a
'cause I
tiny
didn't see
channel
anything
needs to
on
have Slack. Slack. Let's look at what Slack is. Slack is a place when you have so many subscribers that they're going to get together. And the reason we started Slack was because we were doing crafts online and we had so many people that were coming in there, and it's almost as if
it's for the
being
Rambos.
done. But it's being done like these other Slacks to divide the community. Oh, you don't have to stay in that Slack. Come over here in this Slack. And because it's all ramblers, okay, that's another thing that's really, it just, I don't know, it's weird, okay?
Yes, it
It's
is
very
weird.
weird. Like, why? What reason do you need 100 people in a Slack? Like, why? The same people that are in another Slack. It's not making sense. They're not different people. These are ramblers. Okay, every one of them is a rambler that's there that I've seen so far. Okay, so what I don't understand what this whole thing about this push to Slack is that's making it seem really underhanded. Like, well, we could discuss people in here. It just has an undertone to it that I'm picking up, and that's what I'm picking up.
You're right.
Because there's
I
a
agree
rush
with
to
that.
it.
Is it not? Is it not? I thought it was because to get onto the Zoom.
No,
That's
because
what-
you could have somebody
that's-
email just like we did. We had what,
No,
10,000,
Slack and
12,000
Zoom
people,
are,
and we
are
emailed.
different.
They're two totally different things. You don't need a Slack to have Zoom or to get people to call in.
No, Slack was for the Rambler community that
It was
Carolyn
when our
created.
community got so big, and then we were having all these organized things, and we had to have different groups, but it just seems, I don't know, there's just something so weird with the thing.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
it got a little
because-
it got a little shady in there.
Yeah. And it's like all these
It's a
messages
Slack.
going on and oh, come over here on this Slack. And just like how it was today, come over here on this channel and you can
didn't know
talk
that.
about people, and it's,
No, about that.
Oh, I just think it was easier for Sally Ann to do all that instead of keep going back and forth through email. I don't think
I
she
think
meant
it's
anything
a-
underhanded. It's a public
right.
Yeah, I
But
was like,
what I'm
message
saying,
thing.
it's, I know that, but it's
that was
right.
just the way I call in. And she was like, you can link it through yours. And Robin sent me some link because I was trying to do it on my phone versus my iPad. And
Yeah, and
it
it
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's
work.
not
And
But,
that's not
still-
underhand. That's the
still-
only way that Sally
I
Ann
know
can
I
get
know
into
Slack
Zoom
is a public
because
forum,
it's
but
connected to a
But
Zoom.
it's just like what we're saying.
So
is
but
like
it
Link
was
of
created by Carolyn and Mombi
the
Ramblings.
whole, yeah, it's not like something even every YouTuber does. So it's weird just because they are the same people right now. Why are, like, it's going along with the whole, like, dividing thing.
Exactly.
It's not meant like that, Karen. I mean, I don't know much about all of this, to be fair. And I mean, even Tammy, Crafty Peep, she was saying, like, she's going to get on Slack and then we can all be together. I mean, I just thought this was one big family, but
yeah,
but
she's
it's
creating her
being-
own Slack
But
too.
it's being divided.
She's not doing it underhanded either.
But it's being divided.
But
Well,
you could
it
look
is.
at it
It's not
like it
divided
is
at all
by
because we're in
taking
both.
people away.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't.
We're not.
But
That's
I
not
don't
the-
think
that's not the
Sally Ann was
intention.
seeing it that way. And like Tammy was seeing it that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't.
I'm-
but- yeah,
you have right to feel how
think-
you
I
are.
think
You
they
know,
thought
I'm
that.
not belittle that at all. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, my perspective looking in, even today, even in the worst moments, in my big mouth, I don't think anybody was trying to divide the channel by any means.
Yeah.
But I
No.
mean,
No,
just
I'm
look at
telling
Mama
you, it's the
Ames
only-
and look at
I can
Davita
understand where
and
you
look
feel-
at other people that have channels. They don't even have Slack. You know what I'm
They
saying?
don't
It's like
act that way.
It's just weird. It seemed more than creating content. It was important to get a Slack going, and it's weird. It's
I
weird.
guess I see what you're saying. So,
Mommy, I don't. I know
Well,
what
if
you're
that's
saying.
something
It
you
looks
had
like
said,
with everything the way it
is it okay
looks
if I
like
over
that.
your name or however it is you do it?
I don't think that was
Ollie.
Sam's intent. I don't feel that. I think it was you had a Slack. I think Sally Ann thought, oh, you have to have a Slack, and then you do Zoom, and
Someone fell.
because we're not. She's not techie. I'm not techie.
Who's snoring?
Snoring?
Tenth
not
angel, I
me.
think.
Probably is 10 Angel.
Maybe
No,
Sharon.
and Heather did say to Dreaming, talk to Scooter, didn't you, Heather?
Yeah, I mean,
And
you know,
she said you need to go and have a chat with
same thing when
Scooter.
that thing,
Yes, she
yeah,
did.
Jane,
She
Australia,
did
whoever.
say that. And Dreaming
Saying-
was like, I'm not interested in speaking to her.
Yeah,
I'm
she
gonna
said
I'm
She
gonna
did it far
stop
too
the
many
Slack.
times. Yeah, and it was pretty nasty. And then, but yet she's telling this friend that treats her like an absolute crap that, oh, she even sends her a message and let's talk, and this other woman treats her like crap, but she turns around and just bails because someone said, could you speak a little lower or something? I don't know.
Because I said it, and I say it all the time.
Yeah.
But you say it because you have to. That it's
You
not
don't say it,
mean.
who else is
And
going to say
Cupcake
it?
has told me. Cupcake has told me before. Haven't you, Cupcake?
What's that?
You've told me that I've got to be quiet.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I didn't take
know.
offence to that. The
I think-
offence was the people in comments that upset me, and I'm really sorry, Karen. I didn't know. I was just trying to go the best way I can. Me and Jan were trying to work out how to get people up on the panel, and that was the easiest way. But I'm gonna cancel my Slack.
I know people in here in the chat. I know we've all been busy like talking on panel and stuff, but people in here in chat have been really mean to Sally
No, I
Ann,
don't either.
saying she's crying crocodile tears and all this stuff.
Yeah, and I
Things
delete
happen,
them.
and I know. Pitbull Sleuth is the one that said she had crocodile tears just a little bit ago, and you can't pay attention to every little thing, you know. Some stuff
came in here and said the same thing to me.
Some stuff just slips on by,
But
and if you
it
notice
wasn't
something,
just, it wasn't
if you
just
notice
that,
something, then you say
but there
something.
was a conversation about it. It wasn't just comments. There was a conversation, and here's dreaming.
I want to also say one other thing, because I've said this twice, and I don't want it to be offensive to you, Lisa D, because I've used you as an example. You and Sally Ann's microphone, and I think mine sometimes comes out louder than everybody else on the panel. I don't know why. It just does.
I
And we've
think
learned
that's true.
But I don't
think
want you
it's
to think anything ugly towards
technology.
you at all, because I love you to death.
Well, if
But
that happens, tell me. I'd love to know.
Huh?
I think it's just
Yeah,
the
if I'm
difference
too loud, I'd
in the
love to
quality
know.
of-
No, it's just that we were saying that, like, sometimes on the panel you don't realize how much us hearing even each other, there's that lag, because when we sing happy birthday, that's why everybody's on a different verse, because it's
Right,
like,
exactly.
and all I was saying is, like, say if there's 8 people on the panel, I think the system somehow just recognizes a couple of people louder than others, because I'll watch Carolyn and Scooter and they're both trying to talk and they're not screaming, but they're just talking normal and you can't even hear them. And if I'm just lurking, I mean, honest to gosh. And so I know that's what it is. But I do use you as an example, Lisa. And I just want to say again, I didn't mean it ugly. It's just, again, I think it's something, I think, well, and every time I say it, I'll use you as an example. And I think even you, Sally Ann, and me, because I'm really loud. And I always ask, am I too loud? Am I too quiet?
And I think it's the quality of the technology too. Like some mics are really good and pick up everything, and other mics
it's damn hard to get along with a bunch of women. I tell y'all.
No, it is when there's so many people, always have their own opinions and everything. It is very hard.
Can I say something?
Oh, hi, Dreaming.
I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
please.
This is
Hi,
my
Dreaming.
fault. And I'm sorry that I said anything that I said. Scooter, I already wrote you, but I didn't write to Carolyn yet. But I apologize. It was wrong. I got my feelings hurt. I blurted out stuff that I shouldn't have said, and I felt bad afterwards. It's nobody's fault but my own for doing it. And I apologize to whoever I hurt. I apologize to each of you, and I take full responsibility for it.
Well, Dreaming, can I say I accept your apology, and I'm sorry if I went too hard on you.
It's okay.
I really am.
I've been too sensitive.
And I have been too, and I really care about you, and I get a kick out.
We were just saying, Dreaming. I mean, Scooter and I were just saying, because like I at one point I didn't think you liked me, and then I said, you know what? Dreaming's been on the panel. We've been having a good time. I think she sees who I am now, and she likes me genuinely, and I like her. And then today I'm just like blown away.
I know, Carolyn. And honestly, what can I do? I've always thought that you really didn't like me, but
No,
you
I
know,
like you. I love you.
but there's nothing I can say. I mean, I did wrong, and I'm sorry. I felt bad. I had to write Scooter that letter. I couldn't go to bed without telling her.
I didn't know
And
you wrote me one.
yeah, it's in Slack, along apologizing to you.
Oh.
And
Aw.
Well, that's really commendable, Dreaming,
It
that
really is.
you came on
Yes.
and you apologized, and
Yes, it is.
we understand when people make mistakes, but it's how you handle a mistake that really counts, and
Yeah.
I don't want
we
to hurt
appreciate that.
anybody.
That's so sweet.
I don't want to hurt anybody. Nana Patty was trying to get a hold of me because people were wondering if I was all right. That was nice of her. And I just got over there and just let all this
All came out.
pin up anger that I felt people were feeling and doing against me. And I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. That's all I can say.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, no one's
Thanks,
against
Fox.
you dreaming. Scooter only
Everybody's
had to
been
say
looking for
that
you.
because the chat was in an uproar and she was just like, hey guys, let's not talk over each other because Scooter's a mod and that's kind of her job. She's not directing at you per se. She's saying, everybody, please just, either lower your volume, take turns, be respectful, let everybody have a chance to speak. But that wasn't, maybe you felt that way and I'm so sorry. But to me, Scooter is not malicious or mean at all.
I already said I apologize. What more
No,
can I do?
and I believe it. I just don't
I'm
want
sorry.
you to feel
It
hurt
was
because I
was-
know you get hurt. I know you get hurt by a stupid friend that I think abuses you, your kindness. And that's what kind of made us all like, well, why would dreaming turn that way? When we know you're so caring and loving and kind.
Right. And I think we're just trying to remind you that if one of the mods says something to you, we stay very separate from that on a personal level. We don't anytime we do anything like that, we don't make it like a personal thing against any one person. It's just sort of like a job to us. But the friendship part of us is always there. That doesn't go away. It doesn't affect what we have to do as a mod at all.
Yeah.
So it
And
has
all I
nothing to
was
do with
trying
the
to do
friendship
was-
part.
I've done today, or if I've hurt anybody in the past, or Carolyn, especially you, Scooter, anybody, I genuinely apologize. I want to make things right. I want to be part of the community. If it's
And
a problem,
Sally, and maybe you should take down that video.
Yeah, I will do.
It wasn't Sally Ann's fault at all.
No, it wasn't.
But it's too hurtful to have something like that up there, and it invites others to continue to do things
that's
to
the thing,
damage
because
Carolyn.
they're
Yeah.
looking for that. They're so looking for that.
We're only as strong as our weakest link.
Yeah. And at least this way, what's great is that, the way everybody's talking about it and apologizing, and they're not winning. They're not going to win.
That's right.
Right.
We can't
You know what I
allow
mean?
that. We can't
I'm
allow it
thinking
because
that-
they all want to rip it apart. They're all very envious
Well,
of it,
tough
and
luck. It's not working.
That's
and
right.
We're going to
Can I
have problems, but I'm really glad we come here and we talk this out instead of just letting this resentment build. Because I know it would have been horrible for me not to address it.
Oh, yeah, it would have
We
been.
all love you, Carolyn.
Well, I did feel that night. It was just, how sometimes you have your feelings on the edge of your, or stuck out.
Right. Dreaming,
Right.
you have a lot on your plate.
And I did feel like that maybe we weren't wanted on the channel, the chat, that maybe Carolyn just wanted to be with Scooter and Davita that night, and that's okay. Because I am a big mouth. I do talk a lot. And Sally Ann's, we're both talkers.
Right, but you even
It's-
yelled at Sally Ann the other day, remember?
No, I don't
When
remember
we
it.
were in the Dollar Tree and you said, Sally Ann, stop, I want to hear the story. It was
Oh,
somebody
yeah.
else was talking, and you yelled, and you said, and that's why, like, the next day, I don't know, something was going on. I said, oh, here's Dreamy, she's going to come and bring the order. And I didn't mind it. It was a little bit chaotic, and nobody could hear what anyone was saying. And
Yeah, I appreciated you doing that. You called in just to do that. I'm like, wow, okay, that
So,
works.
I
I'm
mean-
sorry, Sally Ann.
but it's, I mean, sometimes,
But
you
you
know,
weren't being, you know, it was
but
just,
it wasn't
was
something
stern.
mean. It was
It
just
was
something
stern.
like nobody could hear. Everybody was so excited. And, you know, I was out, and then I think there were 2 other people shopping. So it was chaotic, and then nobody could hear each other. And yeah, it was, I remember like trying to say something in the Dollar Tree, and I thought nobody could hear me anymore. I'm like, can anybody hear me? You know,
I will say that, Carolyn, when I first came on the panel, honest to God, before when I was just lurking, the only reason I did at that point was because y'all were opening balls, and I thought, well, you know, I can act silly, something to make you smile because you were hurting so bad at that time.
Yeah.
And I know you're funny about letting people in, so I don't try and push my way or tell you, oh, you know, I love you to death and I'll be your bestest friend. And because you are like me, you earn that. And I watch people's behavior and how they are. But I think the worst insult I would ever hear from someone is to say that I'm not loyal. If my big mouth gets me in trouble or something, it would not be because I went to another channel or was trying to divide the community or anything like that.
I would never do that. I had no idea that was, I would never do that. Not trying to divide anybody.
Really, the only reason I ever come on is to just try and, I don't know, be silly and make you smile. It just seems like a lot of times you're upset.
No, and I think we had a good time the other night, even after, and that's why I was very shocked. And I just said, you know, and it's my own fault for not addressing the other thing about the sarcasm. But I heard it a second time. I'm like, I have to address this.
I know, but I promise, I really am just trying to make somehow where I can make it make sense between. And I even said the Southerners, maybe we just aren't as sarcastic because, like, I'll be sarcastic,
but you are sarcastic.
You're not sarcastic?
You are sarcastic. That's the funny thing, Heather. It's like you always saying sarcastic comments.
Well, I meant like,
I
don't
love
know.
it.
I guess what I'm trying to do is make someone else who doesn't feel that way understand, and I can't figure out a way to put it other than using the word sarcastic. But I'm sorry if I have been too much, I will stop.
Well, I wish I'd have got. I wish I'd have written.
And dreaming,
Carolyn, but
and dreaming.
I was
What
gonna-
about us being boring? What about us being boring, dreaming?
That was the most boring. Now I have to admit, it was freaking boring. It was boring, and the numbers were falling, and it was quiet. It was like a funeral.
Well, if you're bored, don't stay on.
I won't. But it was boring. We were. What
You
was
know
the
what
deal?
I mean? Like I say to people all the time, if you don't like what's going on, just take a break.
You're right.
Don't get mad over it.
But yeah, what's boring to you might be not boring to someone else. It's sometimes like
It
when you guys are
happens.
talking about maybe one of your illnesses, and a lot of you are connecting. Maybe some of us feel not that we're bored, but like,
That's
oh,
right.
you know, you don't
Or
know.
baby
So
dolls.
whatever is interesting to you may not be to someone else,
I mean,
and that's the way
a
it
lot
is.
of people hate dolls.
Yeah,
You know,
but
they
some
take
people
it
love
off because
dolls.
they hate it.
Some people love
I
dolls.
understand.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, it's just you don't have to like it. Not everybody likes everything. You know,
Right.
so ditch us. You know, we
That little bitty midget baby doll.
I understand.
just
whatever-
say, you know
I
what,
can't.
guys, I have to go now. Like, we're not going to be upset.
And the way I see it too is that it's just organic. Like, we're this big wild family, and sometimes we're loud and sometimes we're quiet.
Sometimes your crazy aunt has had too much to drink, and
Well, I don't drink, but I wish I'd have gotten that letter off to Carolyn before y'all all got together
Yeah.
because I got Scooter's written and I just didn't know exactly how I was going to address it, but I was going to address it this morning.
Well, hell, it was just crazy. I was watching Night Stalker. I watched all
Well,
4
you
episodes.
addressed it now.
Go outside, and I'm like, oh my God. I looked down. I'm like, they're on. And I thought,
Wow.
I
Sorry,
thought
Heather, go on.
run. I mean,
But I
anytime.
think me being me, I think we need to move on. We've addressed it. We need to move on. We all agree we love Mummy to the moon.
Well, it's up to Carolyn
if not
whether we move on now or not.
Well, yeah.
Carolyn.
Agreed. But after, can we have ghost story from Scooter, because she's really in the right setting, and I would love to hear one of her ghost stories.
And it's Carolyn's channel. She can
Yeah, but
do
it's
what
more.
she wants
See,
to.
if you have noticed streaming, I never say it's my channel. It's my. I always say R.
No, you don't.
I always say R because it's so much more than just me, and that's why if I just thought about it in numbers, I would say who the freak cares. I could get numbers. I could talk about Chris Watt's case all day long if it was only about numbers. It's not about numbers to me. It's about people. It's about people. Okay? If I could have 100,000 subscribers if I just talked about just true crime all day the way I did it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's way more important to me, the people. And it's a community and it's a family.
Mummy,
it's not numbers.
Please don't talk about Chris Watts. That's why I'm here, and I've left all of them. I'm here because you are the only channel that it's my heart covers absolutely everything that I love, and I have never ever found a channel as good as yours.
Exactly.
And I really
Dreaming down there as well.
I've
I
looked
really
at all the
commend you
channels.
for making this channel because I absolutely love it here, as he will attest, because I've never off it.
Lisa, can you just address that thing in chat as well? Because it's not just me being dragged down by a certain pit bull. It's dreaming as well now.
Yeah, let's keep it positive in the chat. Negativity is not really getting us anywhere.
Again,
I just wrote that in the chat.
I'll say something. Everybody is not going to like everyone. It's impossible. Okay? And if you don't like someone, just because you don't click with them or whatever, block them. And then if you have a real issue or if someone's like really done something bad to you, you can let me know. Like, I mean, if someone's sending you threatening messages in Slack or whatever it is, if there's something really bad, let one of us know. Let a mod know. Let me know. Again, if anybody is ever telling you something bad, like Carolyn doesn't like you, don't send her a message. Don't believe the crap. I still have to talk to Miss Jane because Miss Jane was in the channel saying that I said these slanderous things against her, and she's been told I don't like her. I don't know who's telling her this stuff. I sent her an email. I said, I want to know who's telling you this. And, you know, I would expect that you would come to me before you go to another channel and just start slandering me. But I will talk about it, and I will talk about things because I'm very glad that this
Yeah, I
happened
wonder
because
why she is still, remember, because she sent me that email and I read that to you, when she first came on this channel?
Right, when she
was
said something
wondering
about like
that.
another creator was saying something, and then
Yeah.
I'm just like, well, wait, how did I become
I
now
told
the
her
other
to
creator?
email you, you know, and I read it to you.
I know she said something in the chat, and I just told her to email you, and she said she already had. And I said, well, email her again because sometimes she's busy and doesn't get to it.
That's what I told her too. Yeah.
But I don't. I mean, I that was genuinely nice. I wouldn't. I don't know. I was just shocked. I remembered her being on the panel once, and I just didn't know, anything about all that. So that's why I just said you need to contact her.
Well, Chickadee, you're judging. Have you never ever done or said anything that you'd been sorry for, that you were ashamed of, that you knew that was wrong and you shouldn't have said
I can't
it?
see the comments. What's
Because
going on?
that's ugly.
I can't.
What you're saying.
Wait.
What
Dreamy?
What more can I say?
Hold on,
I'm
let me
ashamed
see.
of it. I'm
I can't
sorry.
even see the comments that we're responding to here.
Yeah, I can't see them. Well,
I can't get on the chat again. I don't know.
But we're not bad
I'm trying to
people
find
just
it.
because we make a mistake. We're not horrible people. I take responsibility for doing what I did. I was hurt and I lashed out. And that's the worst time to say something.
And I feel bad that I hurt you. I didn't
Well,
mean to hurt you.
on a different day, it may not have hurt me. I don't know why that day it I
Right.
took it
I
so
know.
serious.
Same here.
I do. I know why you took it so serious. Because your eye
Right.
hurts. Your daughter just went through surgery. I
Oh,
think
yeah,
you might be
yeah.
going through a little bit of a flare right now.
Okay, so
Maybe a
Chickadee
little
says she doesn't know
depression.
what you're
And a
talking
bullet.
about, so I don't know what happened. She said,
I
wow,
didn't
what
see
did I say?
anything. I didn't
Chickadee
see
said,
anything.
what did I say?
Chickadee did. I didn't see anything.
Chickadee's a very sweet person, so I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
There was some other things, but I didn't see. I think maybe Dreaming might have made a mistake about that.
I didn't
It's
see
all,
anything either.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Didn't see. She said that we took the opportunity to lash out against Carolyn, and really, I wasn't even.
But that is I mean, that's not bad. It is the truth, right? Is that not what happened? She's just stating
That's
what
not
happened.
a lie.
She's saying
No,
what
that's
happened.
That's not what I really what. Well, it don't matter. I just don't want to stir anything else up. I'm just going to say that I'm sorry, and that's all I can say.
I've deleted that video, okay?
Good.
Thank you.
Can I
Thank you,
say
Sally
something?
Ann.
Yeah, who's that?
It's Potter.
Oh, Potter. Oh, gosh. Okay.
Hi,
I didn't know
Potter.
you were here.
Yeah, I've been here with my little hugs for Carolyn sign.
Oh.
Oh. I just wanted to say something about just something that bothers me, and that is that it's fine that we make allowances for people because, you know, many of us on here have mental illnesses, and so we are possibly, you know, not the best behaved at times because things get in the way. But when people are constantly unaware of others' feelings so that they actually command the whole chat, they tell people in the chat what to do on the side, so people on the panel are commanding the chat and then telling people in the chat what to do, I think that actually is not right. And I know you talked before about we never know what someone is going through.
Yeah, no, I agree
But-
with you, Potter. And I have to be, I'm not a very assertive in that point that to the point that I don't want to be rude to someone, that I may allow someone to go on. And that's why sometimes I have asked people like Scooter or Lisa or somebody that doesn't have that type of a problem, and they will say, okay, well, why don't we let so-and-so, you know, share something now, or and I'm no stranger that I need that kind of assistance because I'm
And
not
I'm
the
happy
best
to do
person
that. I'm
that
happy-
stops somebody
Yeah,
from
I'm happy
talking.
to do that for you.
Yeah, I know. I'm totally understand. I would find it very difficult to say myself, which is why I don't have a channel because I can't do any of these things. But not to mention that I have absolutely
no,
no
no.
charisma.
Your feelings have been a little hurt, Yorkhill? No, don't. What happened?
I'm sorry, York Hill, as well. If you know,
We love
I
you.
don't-
Don't please
I
let me
love
know
you
what it
too.
is you want to come on and talk about it.
Oh, Yorkhill. Oh no, please, Cornelia, please come up.
Cornelia, call in, please. Cornelia, this is Cupcake. Do you remember chatting with me in Slack?
He said, I'm going to take care of myself and wish you all well for now. Be back sometime later.
All right.
Okay.
But don't let it fester.
I know, and I still got to read the email. I'm so sorry, but I will get to it.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Hi, sweetie. It's 10th Angel.
Hi.
Listen, I've been listening the whole time. I'm going to get off because the sun's coming up.
Yes, I know, right?
And I don't, the phone is getting heavy and I don't really want to flash you.
Oh, okay.
And I have a feeling I'll drop my phone.
Okay.
Each and every one of you ladies that I see on the panel, I love.
Oh,
Sally, right? Sally Ann, I see you, girl. I see you. Lisa D. Heather.
You take care of yourself, okay? We love you.
I love you
Bye,
all.
bye.
I don't.
Yes,
Love
10th
you,
Angel.
10th
Take
Angel.
care.
Take care.
Feel
Love you,
better.
10th Angel.
Relax.
Nana Patty, love you.
I
Love
hope you're
you.
feeling better, 10th Angel.
Yes, Scooter. I'm
Speedy
I'm doing
recovery.
better. I'm home, ladies. It's a good
I'm
sign.
sorry if
Yeah,
this
I know. You
upsets
got
you,
home
10th
early.
Angel.
Dreaming, I want to just read something. Chickadee Dreaming, she said, I commented on that video. Nasty people commenting about Carolyn. Nothing to do
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah, see, sometimes that happens
But
too.
I was on
Sometimes,
that
but
video.
no,
No,
she's
but she
talking about
said
the
it was nothing to
the
do with
comments
you, just
after.
about the
She said it was
video.
nothing to do with you. Take it for what it is, Dreaming.
Foxy Bot is trying to call in, but she
She's
doesn't have
saying
the
it had
number.
nothing to do with you.
I just checked it. She sent me an email and there was nothing there,
Well,
Foxy.
I take responsibility for it because I was on
That's
the
right. And she's saying it had
video.
nothing, right.
Yeah,
Foxy, you
it's
didn't send
over. It's fine.
you didn't send me anything, Foxy.
Yeah, I think it was very
But I can
good that
send
it
it
was
to you.
addressed.
Right.
Yes.
And can I just, there's a little bit of an elephant in the room. The only thing that I'm worried about is that we had this coming together before when, that one person,
Wait, I'm sorry. I need to interrupt. Chickadee Dreaming, I'll accept your apology when you're ready, not in the comments. Chickadee, she did apologize.
He
and I
did
think you should-
apologize.
I think it's time to accept the apology. And Pitbull, I think it's time to let it go now. And everybody needs to keep it kind now. I'm sorry
Yeah.
that I interrupted, but it
Yeah,
needs to be
please,
said.
let's remember, this
That's
is
it. We
Carolyn's
need to just,
channel,
It's it's
Right.
our channel.
Enough.
It's all,
and we want her to be happy
right.
as much as she
Yeah.
can
It's
be.
not about it, it really. It's enough now, okay?
So I just want to say that
I know,
we had
Chickadee.
this coming together before, after that big upset when we discovered that there was, this big poser in the community.
Mhm.
And then we all got together and everybody said, we're all fine, we're all fine. So I just want to invite anybody that's still feeling upset about anything to say something now
Right.
to Carolyn or to anybody, and nobody, running off to their different corners, and because I just my biggest thing is, I don't mind if somebody vents to me, but I always try to encourage that person, whoever they have that issue with. That's why sometimes I've had my little, arguments with some people in here, because I stand up for myself. And the way I like to deal with things is, I'm an adult. I just assume everyone else in this channel is an adult, and I'm going to go directly to that person and deal with things. And then if I can't get it dealt with that person just on my own, then
Thanks,
I'll,
Augie.
I'll go to Carolyn or Ahmad or whoever has time. Because I know Carolyn's plate is always overloaded. And so I'm just saying, like, if there's anything residual, or even in the next day or two, after people have processed things, if somebody's still feeling upset or anything, I'm just saying, please go directly to Carolyn or Lisa D or one of the mods, and just say, this is my concern. And so we can keep it in house, and because we're a big wild family, and it's so easy for things to catch fire, and we don't need that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfectly said.
I
Perfectly said,
know.
Cupcake.
Perfectly said. I love the way you put things together, Cupcake, like that. Just it's so clear. That's what we need to do.
Well, and because I just thought, oh no, like, I don't want the repeat of, because we had that one person that said, where
Yeah,
everything's
right.
out in the air, and
Yeah.
everything's been aired out, and then all of a sudden, boom, another video, and it's like,
Right.
whoa.
Yeah, everybody, I believe, is so close, and there are friendships. And I think, friendships have ups and downs, and they should always be addressed when there is a little problem, or maybe not a problem. Always talk about it. Carolyn lets
Yeah.
everybody up. Talk about it.
Mhm.
Now, Augie didn't
Yeah.
say anything. Augie's
I mean,
He
Pitbull's
said,
really got it out for me, so.
Hey,
Relax.
put the
Well,
icing
just
on the
Relax.
cupcake.
Okay, I want to say something.
Yeah.
Sally Ann, let me just explain something. Pitbull's been here for a long time. And Pitbull's had my back for a long time. They've seen me get hurt by many people. They have their guard up. And
That's
when they
right.
see something,
And you cannot fault
they
people
may
for
say,
that.
"Oh gosh, Carolyn, I don't want to see you getting hurt again." I don't, and it's coming from a place of love here, because they've seen it. They've been here a long time. They're not just like, they didn't just come here last week. And so you have to understand that they could say, well, it'll remain to be seen, because like just Cupcake just said, we saw from someone that was here a long time who sat here and said, everything's good, everything's great. And 2 days later, a video came out slamming and lying about me and lying about Scooter. So
yes,
you have to understand people are very protective, and it's coming from them from a good place, thinking like, Carolyn, oh gosh, don't do it again. Because like I said to Scooter,
yes.
I did it again to myself, Scooter. I did it again. And I give them the keys and I say, here
Right.
you go. And they know it. They know it because
And
of
I
how I am.
respect that. And let me just say something, and this is part of human nature, okay? When you break a trust with someone, it takes 10 times longer to build that trust back up. And that's how people feel in the chat right now. People are feeling very protective because they've seen Carolyn get hurt before. And their trust as a group has been broken. And it's going to take time to earn that trust back. So that's what we're seeing now. So I understand. You have to look at it from people, from the community's perspective too.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is protecting Carolyn because they've been around long enough to have seen this rodeo happen before. And they're gonna have their reservations until their trust, that they learn that they can trust you again. That's human nature. And that's gonna just take some time. You can't expect that trust is gonna just happen just because, this has happened right now, that there's, I hope I'm being clear and I don't sound harsh. I don't mean to.
No,
I just don't understand. Where I've broken trust, because I've tried to do my best.
Well, I understand that, but that's why, if you'll notice, like, I've been very tolerant of people's feelings in this chat, and it might sound like, and it might look like, I'm letting people, get, the mods are like letting people get away with this and that. But these people have been very loyal followers for a very long time and have seen this happen over and over and over. And they are saying it remains to be seen what I'll keep my reservations to myself. I'll believe it when I see it. And it's understandable.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Because they love Carolyn. They've been here this whole time. So
I emailed you last night, Carolyn. Did you see it?
No.
Right. But I'm just trying to
email you last night.
I think I'm just trying to speak for the people that are on the chat that aren't on the panel and don't have a voice right now to say how they feel, because they have feelings and I understand their loyalty. Because a lot of these people have been here since day one and seen this happen to Carolyn over and over and over again, and they're tired of seeing Carolyn get hurt.
Just block Pitbull Sleuth. She can block you. And you guys don't have to talk until you're ready, if you ever get ready.
Well, Augie was he was teasing in the chat, and he was not saying anything bad about me, but some people took it wrong. And so I want y'all to know that he was not being mean.
And Augie is a she.
I know, I always say he.
I do too.
But Augie was not meaning to be mean to anybody.
Oh, thank you, Scoots. I was wondering that.
I always get mixed up.
Much love to Augie. Yes, as I don't know you, I was wondering, and I didn't want to put my foot in it.
But Sally Ann, I feel sorry for Sally Ann because she feels being attacked, and
Right.
it's all because of.
And if you notice, we're keeping, I'm reminding people, keep it kind. Let's try to move on here. And, we're trying to, respect everyone's feelings, but understand that, there's a lot going on here that maybe, if you're relatively new to the channel, that you might not really understand. Some of these relationships go very far and deep with Carolyn.
And can I just say, Sally Ann, and it's so true, Lisa D, what you were saying, that you do have to have thick skin being on panel, let alone having a channel of your own. And I mean, there have been times when I've been like, Carolyn, just block that person, like I don't say it in comments, and I don't, but I admire you, Carolyn, and for being long suffering, because like you, I admire you, because I think that it's wonderful that you can do that and you have the thick skin to do that. And Sally Ann, I just want to encourage you that, I'm a loudmouth Chinook myself. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I get, nasty things said about me or to me. And bottom line, I've learned to like myself for who I am, and I feel badly. Like I know that sometimes I rub some people the wrong way, and that's not my intention. And just like other people rub me the wrong way sometimes, and it's not their intention.
Yeah, Lorianne, that number's on Slack.
So I really, my heart goes out to you, because you're so sensitive, and there's nothing wrong with that. We need more people with soft, squishy hearts in this world, instead of rock hard pebbles that they call a heart.
Exactly.
But I think developing maybe some oily feathers, so that things can just roll off you a little easier, and instead of letting it soak into your heart.
I agree, because if you know yourself, and you know the essence of yourself, you're fine. No one, whatever they say, you know yourself. So you just let it go. Don't take it seriously.
Mummy, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if I've hurt you. That was not my intention.
Oh, I appreciate your apology. And it really was really getting hurtful. But because then, look, I was also looking at what your actions were today, and you just kept saying, we're going to go to Tammy's, and you normally you'd say, well, is Mommy, no, I think Mommy's off. It just felt very...
somebody told me you were off, so... Somebody told me you were
on. That's what I told Carolyn.
I think you had been on almost 3 hours by the time I came on, and no matter what time I come on, it's going to be interfering with someone. It's either going to interfere with Tammy, or it's going to interfere, and that's just, it's not anything against that, and I don't mind if people go watch Tammy, and I watch Tammy afterwards, and she knows that when I can't make it. And the other day I made it to a live for Tammy, so I will do that when I can, but I just can't always do that. But she knows I still support her, and just like I would support you, and I was supporting you, and then I just saw this, and because I got off early tonight, and I said I'm going to sit in my massage chair, and I said, I didn't watch Sally Ann's video today. And it was just like slap in the face after slap in the face after slap in the face. And I really, it took me so many times to get through it. I said, I can't watch it anymore. I can't look at this anymore. And then I would look at the comments, and I would say, oh my gosh, what else was said in here where these people are leaving these comments? And it was very, very hurtful.
I mean, I haven't looked back on the video, because I've deleted it now. It's gone.
And
I thought you were off because I was told that you'd gone off. Otherwise, I would have come straight over to you, because I've done that so many times. I mean, one of the videos I was on for like 10 minutes.
But see, I don't even say that you have to come on. It would just seemed, I don't know, it seemed like you were very upset with me for some reason. And
I wasn't upset with you.
And I don't know, and it just and then everybody was just going off to the races on here, and I just
Sorry,
That
Mummy.
never
No,
Not
that's like I said
everybody.
earlier.
No,
That
I
was
don't mean
my
everybody,
fault.
Rob. You know what I mean. I
I
got people
refreshed
that
the
I
page
mentioned.
and I couldn't see you live. And I said to Sally Ann, I think Mummy's gone off now. But somebody actually come on. I can't remember if it was Cupcake or somebody else. Was it you, Cupcake? I can't remember. But they said, no, Mummy's still going live. I said, oh, that's great. Mummy's still live. Then it was getting time to get to Tammy's. So then we were going over to Tammy's. And because we know that you're on late, we were coming over to you straight after. And that is purely my fault.
But then Sally Ann wasn't here. Like I just noticed there was a distinct, not coming over nor dreaming either. And I was like, what is going on here? Like, because it just wasn't even natural. And I'm not saying they have to come over, but it was all those things.
I mean, I went.
Yeah.
I went over to Tammy's. I watched a bit. I wasn't at Tammy's all the time because I went off because I hadn't had anything to eat, and I was sat in the living room with my husband, and then I came back out here, and I thought, well, it's late now, so I thought, well, the best bet is to go to bed. It wasn't that I didn't come on to you because I didn't want to. You know me, Carolyn. Scooter. We have a race to see who gets on there first. I love your channel, Mummy. There was no way. There was no malice in whatever.
No, I went to sleep. I wasn't trying to not go on your channel.
Sally, you're telling the truth. I can feel that. I
mean,
know you mean it. Carolyn's hypersensitive right now, and I can see where she is feeling that way. From what I was watching of it, it was hurting me for her, but you have to think of it, what she's going through too, so she's been through a lot in this past year.
I mean, I was making those paper flowers, and my daughter was messaging me and saying, Mum, get off this subject, get back to Uta's cat or something. And that's exactly what I did, because I was in my own little mind trying to teach, doing these flowers. I wasn't looking at the comments. Right. I wasn't, you know what I mean? I was just trying to get this done because I had my daughter in my ear saying, come on, Mum, get the flower done, get the flower done. Because my daughter's all against all this negativity. She hates it as well.
That tells you she felt the negativity. And see, I felt the negativity. I'm saying, and maybe because you were involved in it, you don't realize it, but there was a lot of negativity there, a lot of it. And it was really hurtful because I just kept thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I'm looking at everybody there and everybody is a rambler, and now there's all this dissension and people are getting at each other and people are saying things about each other and they're fighting and they're arguing, and what is going on? And now we got another Slack, and it just seemed like it was something.
Arguing. I didn't see anybody arguing.
Yeah, they were saying stuff about Scooter, they were saying stuff about me. They were saying that they couldn't, I don't watch that channel anymore. I wish we had left it up because I would show you in the comments. But I have screenshots of some of the comments. Because
that wasn't that wasn't the comments in the chat though, right? That was the comments left after.
No, there were comments in the chat. I left my phone. I found upstairs, but I sent some to Scooter because I was just really upset about it.
Yeah, I have screenshots of the whole chat.
Yeah.
You can send them to me, and then I'll personally address these people and call them out, because I don't like hating. I don't people. I don't like this sort of confrontation. I don't like it when people start talking about each other, and
Lorianne sent an email.
Sally Ann, it'll be okay.
Yeah, it'll be okay, Sally Ann. I think you just, part of having a channel is you have to learn the finesse of, keep asking Carolyn to teach you the finesse of when to say something and when not to say something. And it's an art. It's an art form. It doesn't look like it's an art form, but it is. And
Carolyn makes it look easy.
See, it's been a long time. I've been here since 2012. Okay,
Yeah.
There's a long time before I even went live, and the first time and a lot of that was just first building the community first, and then the first time I went live, we had a community of about, I think had close to 10,000 people the first time I went live. Because it grew fast with Chris. We used to do premieres, and with the true crime community started to build fast, had a momentum, and I didn't think I was going to do lives, and Scooter hated lives, right?
Yeah.
And I never did lives. I did premieres where I was always in the chat with them, and I did build up that way because I was talking with them in the chat, but I wasn't live. And like I said, it's a lot to just see, I'm going to start a channel, I'm going to get all the equipment, I'm going to go live. It took time to get the right equipment, to get this, and then to figure out, okay, now that we've got all that going, and then as the community got bigger, then it was Slack. And I even said to you your first time, I said, how are we going to get Slack? You don't need Slack. And I know someone else said it too, like, you don't need Slack. Just have people email you for a number if you want to go on Zoom. And that's what it was like. But the whole Slack thing, and then, it just sounded like, especially with everybody being ramblers, just sounded really weird. It did.
Right,
Well,
can
Slack
I
is
just
going. If Sally Ann's right, Slack is going.
Can I just say something? Right, okay.
Yeah.
Pamela, I'm sorry for calling you out by your name, but you said that I was putting the British down, and that has already been an issue with Mummy's channel, of people saying that Carolyn hates the British and what have you. So you saying that I was letting the British down, I felt that was a hurtful comment that day. That is why I called you out, and I'm sorry if that offended you, but it did offend me, the fact that you said I was bringing the British people down, especially after the crap that Mummy's had when people have said about us British being shady. And I put my hands up to that. That was me that started that shady business. It wasn't not Carolyn when we were going around that pound shop. So it was a Brit that was saying Brits are shady. No way on this earth was it Caroline that said that.
Yeah.
And we brought that up straight away when that happened. So I'm sorry, Pamela, but what you said that day, saying that I was bringing the Brits down, I felt hurtful, because I in no way in my terms would I want to bring the Brits down anyway. But yeah, I'm sorry if that upset you, but it also upset me the fact that you called me out on that, saying that I was making the Brits bad. But on the other hand, I only wanted to go live on this channel because people were asking how to make the trees and stuff.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's not the tip. But it just was like, it was just coming that, because like, if you even go back, you're like first live, you weren't, or second one, I know whichever one I was watching, all you were doing is trying to set up Slack. So it was weird, because I was thinking like, well, why is she just spending all this time trying to set up Slack when she should be teaching how to make a tree or something, I don't know, because there was no need. So I did say that. If you go back and you'll see, I'll say, Sally Ann, you don't need Slack right now. Just have people email. Foxy?
Yeah.
Is somebody playing?
Oh crap!
It's Foxy.
Tell her she's got to mute it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to mute your music or whatever you're playing.
Well, I've actually suggested, because I much admire Davida as well. I absolutely adore Davida.
Yeah.
And I've actually suggested to Sally Ann that she, as well as going live and discussing things, that she does what Davida does. And she pre-records her videos and then puts them on the channel. And when people want to discuss how to do the live and how to make the trees, the cards, the flowers, etc., then we can have a live and discuss it. But the way Davida does it, I much admire, because I've said to build Carolyn, I'm with Carolyn, to build Sally Ann's confidence, that she pre-records the videos first, because she's so distracted. She's here, there, and everywhere.
Hard. It's hard.
Trying to make everybody happy.
It's very
hard. Do you know what I mean?
And most people that have a craft or something like that, if you watch them, they have recorded videos for that purpose. And, like, just like if you listen to my videos, we're all recorded. And the one thing I said is when we have a live, yeah, we're all over the place. Bing, bang, bing, bang, bing. But what I did today, and you'll see, when I made this tray, because I know you can't concentrate on this, nobody can, and then you can't find it, I put my phone and recorded a video, which I am going to now do a voiceover with looking at the craft and upload that. And I'm going to do that every single time I do a craft on here. I'm going to record it with my phone, even though I'm live. But you have to remember, I've been a long time live, and it's still distracting to me. But I didn't come on and start live. It's very hard to do that, especially when you're doing craft. It is. Now, I know you might say, well, Tammy started live. Yes. Tammy's even said, it's a little bit, it's hard. She had to have the woman come over and read the chat. It's hard. It's not easy. And look, if you look at Mama Ames, she mostly always did recorded videos and then started doing a live here and there, but not even about crafts usually. Her lives were about something else. It's hard. It's hard. And you need a lot of equipment and, just to get your feet in there because there's so much going on. That's I'm just saying, but that's the way it is. It's hard.
Well, you make it look
easy.
That's what it is.
We love you. We're all here because we love you.
No, I know that, and I appreciate it. And when I feel like it's being I felt like someone was attacking my family tonight, honestly and truly. And I said, I have the worst feeling in the world. And I was going to say to Jimmy, but he was asleep. I was going to say, someone came and just grabbed our family because this is our family. And
I know it hurt you.
I just feel like, oh gosh, did that marathon do this? Like, did I give the wrong people the keys? And did I let people do something and maybe they weren't good people that did, everything was going through my head. I was scared and this was my family and I couldn't deal with it.
And I'm blaming myself too, because I've always got this guilty conscience. And I'm thinking,
right? She's like, "Oh, it's because I said be quiet." I'm like, "No, it's not because
I was joking about a marathon. I didn't think they were really going to do it."
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, you all. I woke up to a situation, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, bless your heart. Bless your hearts.
Oh, Linda.
Hi, Linda.
Hi.
Hi, Linda.
Well, is everybody okay?
Yeah.
Well, as okay as you can be, anyway.
Yeah.
Carolyn's better than she was.
Yeah, it was.
When she first came on, that's for darn sure.
Oh no, I just got up, fixed my coffee, went to the site, and I'm thinking, goodness gracious, what's going on?
I think
I haven't
everything
even
was
had a
just
coffee
getting
or a
into
tea
her
yet.
head too much. You know, she was watching that video and everything was hitting her in the wrong way. It was all getting into her head and she started freaking out about it.
Yeah,
and
it just started to seem like why is all this neat? Like,
yeah,
what's
it
the
was
big
just-
deal with Slack? It just
Yeah, it
seemed,
was-
and I've had people that have gone behind with messages and says, Carolyn doesn't like you. Carolyn doesn't do that.
Yeah.
This has happened to me before. It's not that I'm just like making up these paranoid
No, I know,
fantasies,
that's
you
what
know.
I'm saying. It's
No,
happened
I'm
to
not
you.
saying that. I'm explaining it. Yeah. And it's just like, oh crap, here we go again. You know, oh my gosh, why do people, and I even said, why do people have to be like this?
Uh-huh.
Well, not that it's any comfort, but it sure hurts my heart to hear it all. I mean,
Me too.
I was just, I had no words. I couldn't believe.
Well, it's all
It was
getting
just-
straightened out now. A lot of it was not meant the way Carolyn was
Right.
seeing it that way. You
Sally,
know?
are you doing okay, honey? Yeah.
I'll be okay.
Okay.
Hey, Carolyn, can
Yes,
you hear
Fox-
me?
Yeah, Foxy, where were you?
I'm waiting. I didn't want to be rude and interrupt.
You
I'm
never
sitting
even
here
stopped
waiting
by
for
the
you to
whole
hear me.
marathon. We had a whole marathon and you never stopped by.
Oh,
I
no,
know.
listen, I've been, like I told you, I've been out. Hey, I got to tell you something, Carolyn, because it's going to make you laugh. You just said we're family. And did you ever watch The Real Housewives of New Jersey?
Yeah.
Oh, my favorite show.
Because I was
Are we
thinking,
that bad?
we're family. We're family. Do you hear me? Teresa, we are family.
Foxy Bot, that's my second favourite to the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Lord Almighty, are we that
are
bad?
family. You all your sisters and me. Time to laugh, folks. Jesus. Le bonjour. It's
Missed you,
time to
Foxy
laugh.
Bot.
It's time for the crazy couillon. Lord, I was waiting. I was like, oh, I don't want to interrupt. Carolyn gonna kill me. I just wait and I wait. And Carolyn heard me singing Reveille. I was like, Lord God, I didn't know the mic was on. Jesus. Help me, Lord. I'm back there singing Cajun music. God, that's embarrassing. Whoa. I tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened last night, y'all. I've been feeling real bad, you know. And last night, Carolyn come knocking on the window about 11:30. She said, Foxy, it's time to get your bite. I said, oh, really? Okay. She says, I don't want to go full vampire yet. Just enough to keep you awake tonight so you can come by. Okay, I'll do that, Carolyn. You can go ahead and bite me. So she bit me. I've been up all night.
I don't know how Carolyn does it. I really don't, because I go to bed at night, which
Well, I've been going to bed at night, except I couldn't go to bed tonight. I just laid there.
Every night I go to bed, I try to, and in the morning you're still up, and I come and I tickle away, and I get straight onto Mummy's channel, and he's like, is she still
I
up?
love
And
her
I said,
accent.
yeah.
Mommy's chat. I've been on Mommy's chat. Wake up every morning and come on Mommy's chat. I love the British accent. Good Lord, when y'all were talking about the British accent, I was like, oh, they don't want to hear that song Reveille. I get to tell all my friends, don't get upset when we call you a naughty name, because that was during the French Indian War, and you know we didn't like you back then, but we do now.
Oh, Foxy,
Oh my
you should have
God.
heard it. I love you when you say you are. When you say you are. And he actually got up and he tried saying it, and it sounded so funny.
Well, I'm a Cajun, so I speak funny, because when I was a little girl, when I was a BB, I lived down in St. Tammany's Parish, and they moved me way up north. And ain't nobody around here heard no French. So I got picked on quite a bit, told I didn't speak properly. So my mother said, you don't speak perfect English. Ain't nobody gonna call you no dumb Cajun. And then my daddy, he noticed I was losing the fluency. And I don't wanted to, because I wanted to fit in with all these hillbillies up here. You know, y'all, what y'all doing? I got me a baby. And I was like, good God, they talk real loud, but they talk real slow. And I was like, holy Jesus, how do I fit in with these people? So he put me in French in 4th grade. And the lady was Quebecois. And she was a snotty couchon chien, I'm telling you. She said, you don't speak French right. And I was like, yeah, I do. I'm Cajun. How about that, lady? This is Louisiana French, honey. Welcome to my world.
Well, you've got to come in more often, because Mummy's missed you, and I've heard her talk about you often, and I've never met you before, so it's lovely to meet you.
Listen, I patrol the internet like a Tego. Y'all know what that is? That's a hungry dog. I'm like that's what it means in Cajun. It means a big, hungry dog.
Debbie.
And I'm patrolling
Good to
that
see you.
internet. And I better see some nice things about Carolyn. When I see some mean things, I take my little notes and I do my little gree-gree. And I say, time to call the voodoo lady. Time to bring her a turkey. I have a crazy story. I don't really practice. Like
I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
lay in bed and listen, okay? I'm gonna lay in bed and listen.
Okay, night, Scoots. Love you.
Carolyn.
Scooter, love
Hey,
you.
did you,
Night,
Carolyn, did you get,
Scooter.
Carolyn, did you get
wait
my
a sec.
poem
Wait,
that I sent you?
yeah, but what? Yeah, Foxy, hang on 1 second. Danielle says she's got something very
Okay.
important she has to
Okay,
address.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
I'll mute.
Danielle. No problem. Go ahead,
Wait,
Daniel.
I do?
Oh, that's what the little chat came up.
Oh no, I said in the chat for you guys to read that I was just so happy that this was addressed and this was brought up.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it said I
That's all.
have something very important we have to address. Okay. Never mind.
Oh, Carolyn, did you get my poem?
Thank you, Danielle.
When did you give me a poem?
I sent it through the email, Cha.
Did this?
You
You're
didn't
very
get my
sweet.
poem. I wrote that poem after that.
Yeah,
J-Bell
it's
stuff.
just I didn't want it to fester. I didn't want it to turn into something worse. I wanted it to be spoken about, and I just kind of looked and I was like, oh, they're on, and I had to call in.
I couldn't sleep. I was just like, it was festering and festering.
I knew you were going nuts. I knew you were.
Oh, the song you wrote it says I wrote a song for you?
Yeah, wait a minute. It's a song. Yeah, it was about that whole situation. But
Oh.
J-Bell's proud of it. I sent one to the Brian clan, and she said it was really good.
Well, Alma said her dog just farted, and she's happy now. So we're all good now.
How y'all doing?
Hey, Foxy Bob.
I heard that, man. That was a big one. I heard something, man.
Yeah.
Foxy Bot, we missed you. This
Miss
is
you,
Scooter.
Everybody said, where were you during the marathon? We were on 24/7.
I was so sick, man. I just had a little bit of a break, and so it's actually weird. The counter.
Foxy Bot's not talking to me, so I'm going to keep staring at her, giving her the old evil eye.
You're
here.
gonna give her the stink eye?
No, get the troll. Get the troll eye.
Here, am I on? Can y'all hear
Foxy
me?
Bot, I thought something had happened to you. I hadn't seen you for months.
I know.
Yeah, I was sick, man. I was sick, so I couldn't come in. I've been really sick. So
Did you have the ickies?
No, I didn't have the ickies. My fiance's mother got it, and I had to take the test, and I got a throat swab, and hopefully, knock on everything, hopefully, le bonjour me from that bad stuff. I'm very careful. I don't get out unless I have to.
Good.
They have they're having, I don't know if y'all keeping up with what's going on in the entertainment business, but they're having hell. I think it's over in London where Tom Cruise is filming, and I could, if I wanted to, I'm sick. They do have some productions going on right now, but no thanks. I don't want that stuff.
Oh, I didn't know. No.
Yeah, I think they're all
have a
worried.
look.
That they're gonna they're worried. All the crew is panicking because they're worried they're going to be stuck there because of all the stuff kind of getting worse.
That's what Tom Cruise told me when I talked to him the other day.
Did he? Nice. Are you going to leave your husband? He's crazy, man. He's a kuyon. That Scientology stuff, that's nutty. Cuckoo cray cray. Did you know that John Travolta believed he has special powers and he calls himself Kakan? And he believes he can kill people? Kakan.
A Kakan.
What is that?
A Kakan.
And he believes he can what people?
He believes he can kill people. Like if Ron, like the guy that used to run Scientology,
Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, he made him a Kakan, and he's like he can take people out if he wants to.
Right.
Oh, sounds like a bit of Daybell as well.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. I'm telling you. You hear some of that crazy stuff, you ain't never gonna get me in a call. I had a guy on the street when I was a kid, and he was a Jesus freak. I love Jesus, okay, but I ain't no freak. I'm no fanatic. And he said, take my hand, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to take his hand. He was a weirdo, but I did, and I said, take my hand. Now try to let go. He wouldn't let go. And he said, see there, Jesus doesn't let go. I said, yeah, but you're not Jesus, and you better let go. if you value your life, you better let go right now. Right now. Friend, you're not. I said, are you crazy? Cuckoo nut, Fruit Loop. Gave me my home phone number. I mean, God Almighty, help us all, Lord Jesus. I'm like, Lord, I need your help down here. Got a Fruit Loop. I'm telling y'all, you got to listen. This internet stuff, you got to take a break. I mean, actually being sick is kind of good because then I don't like wear out my welcome, so I can like come and go and come back get a nice little reading. I love you, Foxy. I miss you, Foxy.
Cupcake, don't scare Foxy Bot away.
Yeah, Cupcake, that's a warning, remember?
Okay, sorry.
I'm Cuckoo Maruku. Ain't no Foxy. Good luck with that. Like I told somebody when I got a death threat from our friendly friends, Carolyn. Remember those people?
Yes.
Remember those nice cuyons? Oh, I got brought up again the other day. Isn't that nice? Isn't that so nice?
Hey, Foxy, tell
like
me
they
what.
say, you're so nice.
Tell me something,
Wrong with
Foxy.
people.
Foxy, I gotta ask you something. What's
What?
going on with Kim? Did she really pass away?
Yes, she really did.
And what? I thought somebody said like a few months. I cannot follow the drama community, but didn't somebody say a few months ago or 6 months ago that she wasn't sick and that they found her on
They
a.
said, and look, okay, I'm gonna get killed for this, but I did say on chat, maybe it's the medication since I have gone through that issue and it's made me stark raving mad. And maybe it's the disease, and maybe she's not in her right mind. And you know what happened, Carolyn? You can guess. What do you think happened when old Foxy said that?
Oh boy.
You shut up. You be quiet. Me. I said, okay. And now today it's all different. So I just don't say anything anymore. I mean, I try to just go in and joke and have a good time because that's really heck.
But was she terminally ill?
Yes, she was, and I looked up her disease, and was very serious. It just took a long time for her to die, and that's the way some of these diseases work. I mean, I could be dead tomorrow of my disease, but I never thought I'd live beyond 30. So that's why I have a good time. I live every day like it's my last. And then I have no regrets, So,
How old was she, Foxy?
She was in her 40s. She was
That's
about
it?
Yeah, she was only in her 40s. She had children. That's the horrible part. A lot of people were, saying prayers today, which is wonderful. A lot of people were crying and upset. But, I just, I'm going to tell you something, Carolyn. I love you and I missed you guys, but I'm sick of the drama. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, I know.
Done, and I didn't miss it. Do you understand?
No, there's a lot of drama there now. It's too much.
I didn't miss it
It's
at
crazy.
all. At all. And I mean, you can't say anything. I mean, if you say anything, even if it's innocent, somebody's gonna get upset about it. Or if you go to somebody's chat they don't like, you're gonna get sad. And I was frankly upset about some things that happened, that some people that did you dirty. I didn't want to go back because you know what? I'm loyal, like a dog.
Right.
And if that makes me a bad person, just call me Catahoula Cajun, because that's what I am.
Right.
I mean, and I just don't feel comfortable watching my friends being bashed. Makes me sick.
Right.
And I could get up there and tear them up. And I can do it because they replayed that video of me. Yeah. And I'm sure if I were to ever get famous, it would be sold to all the tabloids. And God help me. But I lost it. I lost my temper. But I had good reason to. I had a death threat like you, and that's no fun. And you don't play with me. I do not play. And
Right.
I'm not one of these tough girls who gets on the internet. I'm going to be your, you know what, and I'm going to come down. Like, let me imitate how they talk. I'm going to come down there and I'm going to beat the brakes off you. Randy, get the car ready. Well, honey, I thought we was going to Mama's for dinner tonight. No, Randy, get in the car. I'm mad. I'm mad as a hornet. That girl over on YouTube, she done made me mad. And Randy, they done auctioned off the house, Randy. I'm telling you, I've had it.
Oh my goodness.
I want to do that forever because that's what they sound like. Randy, get the car. I'm gonna whoop her. I'm gonna whoop her like next week. I'm gonna whoop her. Well, honey, she lives in Texas. We live in North Carolina. Get in the car. Get in the car. Lord help me, Randy. I'm telling you, I don't appreciate you putting my house on an auction block. That house cost me $50,000. Well, I mean $200,000 when Mama died. And then that, you know what that so-and-so did? She went over there and she told so-and-so, and I said I was in that discourse, and I heard every word. I heard every word you said. And don't you dare, you clout chasing, you know what? That's what I'm saying. That's right. Oh, shut up, Foxy. Shut up with your stupid cayenne French. I hate you.
Oh my lordy.
I just sit back. All right. Hey, look, at times it could be entertaining, but you know, when it gets downright ugly and mean and you got people crying, I mean, it's a little much.
Yeah.
And so I kind of do the two-step. Have you ever seen that, what is that show? I didn't watch it when it was on, but I've caught it on YouTube. I'm going to get on here and sing one night. I'm going to sing that song, Research Me Obsessively, because I got that thing down.
Research Me.
I got to get the music to it, but it's about people that look people up on the internet.
Oh, wow.
Freaking hysterical. Brittany Snow sings it, and I can do the sexy voice and everything, because you know I can do Marilyn. Happy birthday to you. I did that for Gray. Hey, by the way,
Yeah.
did I tell you? Oh, I saw your video because, you know, the excrement has hit the fan with a certain case concerning a certain child. So I had not seen some of your videos.
Oh, yeah.
And boy, oh boy, look, hey, you feel good, Carolyn? That's called rocka, honey. That's like righteous reckoning.
I know. And that
Isn't that-
and the stupid guy Truthy that was driving us crazy, he faked his own death. You heard that
Oh
one?
yeah, oh yeah. Were you surprised? I wasn't.
I wasn't. No, when they came in and said that, I just felt I so right then and there that he was faking. But I didn't say it. And then I looked at the fake obituary and everything. I said, this is fake.
Fake.
And, you know, he's probably
Meg
back on
Ryan-
here doing videos, you know, like those with the voiceovers, because he has they all get the
Man,
voice
it just
changers.
really hit the fan with that boy. I'm telling you, be glad you just shut up. Because like I told you, you know, when emotions let me tell you something, I've been on the internet as long as Carolyn, maybe longer. And when the emotions hit the fan and a case catches or a topic catches, people go freaking nuts.
Yeah.
And you cannot say anything, folks. Keep your mouth zippy-zipped. Don't say nothing. I don't care if you think with all my Cajun bones. I know, you know, when let me tell you something else, because Mawa Chickadee was out there, and there was a case, and I'm not going to say who, but, and I'm not going to give any hints, but there was a case you were doing a while back about a guy and the wife got the baby and it got cut out of her stomach. Well, that was my first guess, that it was a baby situation. But I went in somebody else's chat and they shouted that down. So I didn't. So then I felt, it made me question myself. So then I said, well, maybe it's the husband, because, but I wanted to tell Mawa Chickadee, my Cajun bones,
Hi,
honey,
baby love.
they're always right, because I'm a Traitus, and my mama was a Traitus, and don't even tell me, because I have never been wrong. And Carolyn, I may not be from New York, but I'm telling you something. You said, when I was watching one of your old videos just tonight, like before it became daytime, but I was watching that one where you had the glare on, and when you were saying I'm from Missouri, from the Show Me State,
right,
and you go, not really.
Because some people take that seriously. They don't understand. I just mean I need to see everything.
Yeah, and I was just freaking laughing. You go, I'm a New Yorker, I'm a skeptic on everything. And I was like, go, Carolyn, go, Carolyn, go. And I was like, I wrote a long note. I was like, how did I miss this, but like I've been sick, so I was out of it. But yeah, and then now it's all blown up. But I didn't know a lot of those details that she pulled out when you were talking about it. I didn't know a lot of that stuff. But you know what I did know, Carolyn?
Mm-hmm.
I agreed with you. That was no naive little mouton that just come down the road. And a mouton, y'all, is a lamb. So that was no little naive mouton. It just come down. I don't know anything. I just don't know, Miss Scarlett. I don't know nothing
about birth, no babies.
Yeah. Miss Melly, she done had a baby, Miss Correct. Oh, I had me some. Oh, Miss Scarlett, she had me some. Oh, Mr. Red, I can't come there. My mama would whoop me. Oh, Miss Red, yeah, Miss Melly, she done had a baby. I can do her. I can get her. She's got a little bit of a butterfly. I loved her. She's a great actress. So was Mammy. Mammy won the Academy Award. You pull your bosom up. Go out there acting like a field hand. Be kind to Captain Butler. He loves you so. Of course, they won't let us watch that anymore because it's politically incorrect.
I love Captain Butler's comment about, do I hear rustling under your skirt? Is that a red petticoat?
Yeah, that's a classic scene because she bought her that red petticoat and she loved him, for babying her and treating her special. But Butterfly McQueen was like, and I told Mr. Selznick that she can't really hit me. She can play like she's hitting me, but she can't really hit me. It's sad. She burned up in a house fire. That's how Butterfly McQueen died. So it's a tragic ending to a wonderful woman. Then we just had Cicely Tyson died, 96.
Yeah.
Cloris Leachman at 90. Two fabulous actresses that I so admired. So that's they lived a long life, but it's still sad.
Yeah.
You see a great talent go. You can't replace people. I mean, people, God makes every one of us special. And when he takes us, I don't think there's ever going to be another person, like certain people. There'll never be another Clark Gable or Vivian Lee or Butterfly McQueen. There'll never be people like that again. They were great actors. And I don't think that they should stop showing Gone with the Wind because it's actually historic. I mean, the South did not win. It was a tragic thing. Me and my boyfriend were just talking about that yesterday because he's this huge Civil War buff. I'm good at history, really good at Louisiana history. Excellent. But, I mean, he can name the dates and the times of the battles. I can remember more or less what happened. Like when they had a big part, I think it was Atlanta, that they boxed in and everybody starved to death. So, they were so hungry, they were eating rats to survive. And I don't want to see that ever repeated. I mean, history is there for a reason. And if we don't learn from it, then unfortunately we will end up repeating it. So I don't like all this talk of Civil War And I've been praying every night for about 30 or 40 minutes a night, for our country, that people will, realize we have more in common than we do apart. We all, like I told somebody on chat yesterday, we all are just looking for to take care of our families, our loved ones, our friends, and get a break every once in a while. We're all in the same boat. I don't care where you live. And with this COVID, I was hoping it would bring us together, not push us apart, because basically all we got is each other. We can't really do anything.
Right.
Thank God. Really, thank God for the internet. Thank God for your show, because what would we do? We would be sitting around just looking at the walls. I mean, I could read. I'm creative, so I can get lost in my own thoughts. I mean, I make up stuff like this. Yesterday, I don't sleep in the same room with my fiance because I have trouble sleeping and he has a breathing machine. So when I got in there for a few minutes just to lay down, and I'm in pain.
Foxybot.
Yeah.
You have a boyfriend and a fiance?
Yeah. That's yeah. I wish. So I can. No, I just have a fiance. I have my boo. I have my boo. That's Cajun, by the way, folks. Don't take that away from us. Nana Patty can tell you that. Boo is a Cajun term. My father has called me boo since I was a small child. And there's a famous story called Boki and La Pen. It's actually a West African story. And it's Boki and his compare La Pen. And that's the hyena and the rabbit. That's what you got to figure out on YouTube. Who's the hyenas and who's the rabbits? And I'm telling you, stay away from the hyenas, man, because there's some crazy Fruit Loops out there, and they do some crazy things. Carolyn, I know, unfortunately. Don't we, Carolyn?
Yep.
We doing good now. We made it. We made it. Ha 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 ha. We made it.
Foxy.
I gotta cheer y'all up.
Foxy, have you got your own channel?
Well, like I've been sick, and I'm gonna tell you the honest God truth now. I've been watching these fools mess the channels up, and I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna just keep observing until I get all the knowledge. And then when I get all the knowledge that the Le Bonjour wants to get, then maybe I would like to do a storytelling channel. And I mean, I even thought, well, hey, why do I have to get my own channel? I can just come on Carolyn's. So, I need a channel for them.
Aren't you writing your books, Foxybot?
That's why I was so like write me back about that song. I was like, that song is fantastic. It was about the whole J Bells thing, and I can't do it. I can't read it to you now because I'd have to get off my iPad and I'd leave the show. But I might have it on my other one. But it was about strange people in Canoe.
Right.
It was in Canoe. She was and I gave it to I sent it to Brian Clan. And Little Dove, I think.
Little Dove.
And I sent it to
where the
another
heck is Little
girl.
Dove?
And they all thought it was good. Let me see if I can get it on my other thingy. I'll read it. We need a laugh, man.
You have it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can pull it up on Messenger because I sent it to him and go.
Okay.
Hang on, and I need to send you my picture so you will know I am not a scammer. But now, hey, look, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Now, those were my glory days. I mean, I don't have my bikini body like I used to.
None of us do.
Out or nothing. And then people tell me I look 20, but hey, the dentist told me that. He just kept saying it. And I said, and my friend's like, oh, this dentist will tell you anything. I said, well, but yeah, it would be rude to just keep saying it. She goes, my God, you just look so young. You look 20. I thought you were like 25 years old.
That's a blessing.
No, and no, I'm not. And no, I'm not telling you my age, so don't ask. So, picky toi. That ain't gonna happen. Okay, wait a minute. Let me pull down because this girl, I write a lot. Let me see. Brian Clan will have it. I don't write her as pages like I do on this other person. Okay, let me see. Brian Clan. Dadgummit. I'm on my Chromebook. I hate my Chromebook. Little double habit. Hey. Well, so yeah, you British folks, y'all don't be offended, but we have a song called Reveille. I was listening to that before I came on. And it's the Cajun War song. And it's about wake up, the British are coming. Reveille. And we call them, oh, I better not tell you what we call them. But I don't mean no offense by that. I wasn't even born back then. That was a long time ago. Like I said, that was in the French-Indian War. Let me scroll down. I'm scrolling down. I talk more than I. You need to start calling me the mouth of the South, Carolyn. I'm here all the way from Louisiana. Dadgum Chromebook. I think it went out. Yeah, I'm dead. I'll have to. Can you pull it up, Carolyn?
Yeah, I can, but let's see.
Is
Are you
there
going to
like
be able to
1,000
see? Are you going
emails
to be?
now?
Can you see YouTube? I can pull it up and you'd see it on YouTube. You want to do that?
What do you mean see YouTube? I
Like-
can't leave this, can I?
No, wait, hold on a second. I can, let me see. I can
Could you put
share it.
chat?
Yeah, hang on. Let me just, let me see how.
Man, I'm sweating. It's hot. What's the temperature there?
What's the temperature here?
Please to find out how hot it is. It's burning up in here.
Open this in a different.
I gotta turn my heat down.
I just don't want anybody to see your.
Yeah,
email or
I don't want
anything.
anybody to see my email. Thank you
Yeah,
very
let
much.
me just see here. If I can just copy and paste it into.
Man, can y'all believe this? They have a sermon on the time and temperature now. Can y'all believe this?
Locust to
Listen to
devour
that.
the land, or if I send a plague among my people, if my people were called by my name,
Can y'all believe that? Just in the old days, it
Have
just
mercy.
and turn from their wicked ways.
Good Lord. I went to
Okay,
church.
here, I'll just put it in a Word document and then I'll share it with you.
Okay, can you? Where do I pick it up?
Well,
at?
you can see Zoom, right?
Yeah, I'm on Zoom right now. So share screen.
Yeah, let me just look. I don't know why this is.
Okay, it says only host can share
Yeah,
that.
I'm going to share it to you. Hang on. Let me just
Okay.
see if you can read it. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't believe me. Everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, did you hear it?" They were asking me. I will say this: they were asking me in all the chats, "What happened with that old J Belts thing?" I was like, "Well,
Can you see it?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna read it. Inconnu is what you are. Bizarre to say the least. You acted like the lamb when you're really hiding you're the beast. Yes, you are strange and not in a good way. That's what I will say. Is what I see with you. I know you can be inconnu, although you think I believe you. You're not my guru. You're just inconnu, and it suits you to be inconnu. Strange is what that means. We all had feeling deep inside you lied, and it's true, you're inconnu. You wonder why we all run away. The lies you told weren't bold, just sad, 'cause you never had to do that to be our friend. We welcomed you in for what we thought you were. The lies you said about your love being dead were just inconnu. They weren't true. You are inconnu. That means strange, by the way. You never had a man who loved you, but you did have friends until the lies brought all that to an end. This hurt you caused you'll never get, and when we know you don't regret it, because you are inconnu. We never knew you. Yet strange is what you are, strange is what you'll be. Your truth could set you free, but you'll always be inconnu. Yeah, we never really knew you. Inconnu, inconnu, you had to lie, and now you cry. That's what you do. Now we see you. You're inconnu. You like to creep up on me. I'm talking about Carolyn. Silently, 'cause inconnu is what you do. Gaining our trust, you secretly lust for my soul. To gain control, you are incognito. See you, acting like the lamb, bizarre to say the least. You couldn't hide from me that you're really the beast, 'cause you are in canoe. You want us to feel sorry for you, but we won't. No, we won't. Like a vampire, you bleed us. Like a vampire, you need us. 'Cause it's deranged and also strange. Yes, it's a income. I'll never do or understand why you did what you do. You are just incarnate. And then I wrote at the bottom, dedicated to Carolyn, copyright to me, December 29th, 2020. But yeah, I was writing that song. I actually sat at the piano and was trying to compose some stuff. I was on my keyboard that my boyfriend bought me. And I accidentally sent a little blip of it to the Bryan clan, and my friend was like, "That's dark." And I was like, "It's supposed to be. She's a Fruit Loop, man."
Wow, that was good.
That was
Yeah,
really
well,
good.
That
was
is
it.
good.
I was doing it from Carolyn's perspective. You know, like,
Mm-hmm.
when I said, "No, I see you," I'm talking to Carolyn's persona, not my own. But yeah, that really, that's what I do. Like, well, I was going to tell you when I got in bed with my boyfriend the other morning, he sleeps with a breathing mask because he has that sleep apnea.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, this will make a good story. You're an alien from another land. The way you can breathe is through this sleeping mask. So last night, like before, or yesterday, I had this whole little story in my head. And that's what I did. I just sit around writing songs, writing poems, making up stories, writing them down. I do that all the time. I enjoy doing it. And so, like I saw Peace Niddle, and like I call them a luton because that's what the Cajuns call, a little Cajun fairy. I was like, what are you doing? You call me luton? So they were like, oh, I would love it because, I said, that sounds like a fairy tale name, Peace Niddle. And she or he is in the chat. I was like, I love that name. And so she was like, oh, I would love for you to do a story. I was already thinking about it, because Cajun fairies, they're supposed to like tangle up your hair. And my hair is always a ratty mess when I wake up because it's really, really long. It's past my, it's past my lower extremities. Like I told you last time, I'm old now. It goes down nearly to my knee. So it's a wreck when I wake up. I don't know how it gets that messed up. But I always say that a luton has come to see me because that's what they do. They mess up your hair, they braid it, or they knock the milk off or scare the animals. That's the folklore behind it. But yeah, me and Carolyn, we become honorary Rougarou for all the crap we've been through on the internet. I'm telling you, we have been through the trenches, especially Carolyn. I mean, I've been with Carolyn since the get-go. And like she said, her channel blew up big time. Everybody wanted to know what the Watts are doing. Hey, Carolyn, have you picked up a lot of people since that movie broke?
There was a lot of a lot of interest in the older videos because there was people just learning in the case. So
Did you see that crazy stuff floating around now?
Oh gosh.
The stuff about Nicole being in
yeah, so crazy, and she, she flops and flips and flops and has those people on the channel, and it's hurtful to the Rusaks, and
Yeah, I can't believe that people actually will say, I will not give this up until the police contact me and tell me they're reopening the case. The case is dead, man.
Yeah.
We got the killer. He's in jail, and he's exchanging underwear with other people, so we know he is. Mommy. We know he's in jail.
They're just trying to change public opinion. That's all they're doing.
Well, that's crazy, and they don't even understand. We banged this case for 2.5 years. It's done. It's dead in the water. And then ain't nothing gonna come up. I mean, I'm sorry, but I give more respect to the police, as they say down here. The police. I'm gonna call the police. I give more respect to the police because if they had suspected her, don't you think they'd have busted her
Right.
wide open? Don't
Yeah.
you understand there are hackers out there, folks? Real hackers. Not these people that look you up on the internet and they go pay, been verified. Oh, look at here. She went to so-and-so. And most of the time they wrong.
Did you hear the other thing, Poxy? Somebody said, and they're not going to look up our mods and find out all their police records.
Oh, Lord. Well, Carol, you know you're trans, right? Remember that?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know.
That was actually, that was a sweet, you know, that wasn't ugly. That was just a person that just went, what? Carolyn's, I went, what? No, I don't think so. Oh, I thought they said she was trans. No. And you know what? That's half of the way the rumors get started.
Yeah, I know.
Been wrong and nobody corrects it, and then it's like blah 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 blah. I mean, it's like a game of telephone. Then by the time it reaches the other side of the internet or another chat, it don't look nothing or sound nothing like it did in the first part of the chat. So
Right.
you got a totally different story.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I didn't, you know, like that's why I got on your channel when all that case with the child was going down. I could see that was some bad gree-gree because them people went nuts. I mean,
Oh yeah, they
emotion-
came over here and they sought us out. I mean, they just went nuts and neck brace Karen and all that stuff, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that was, but you know, emotions get high, and I don't know what it is. I mean, there's always been conspiracy theories on the internet, but I mean, it's gone crazy. I mean, this stuff, the pedophile rings. I mean, okay, folks, it's time to calm yourselves. Yes, you know, that exists. There are bad people in the world, but you can't be, when you go, so it's okay to look down the rabbit hole. But folks, when you fall in, there's a problem. You need to, you need to crawl yourself out of there.
Right.
Like Le Pen and his compare the hyena, Boki. But yeah, you need to get out because this is crazy town now. I mean, you know, can you believe we're having some of the conversations we are having nationally?
But there's a lot of people really freaking out. Like every day, there's more parents killing their kids, and you know, it just it's horrible.
Awful.
Yeah.
I mean, in you when I tell you I pray about 30, 40 minutes a night for just for our country, and I ask God, please heal us, heal our nation, heal the world. We're in chaos.
Yeah.
And you know what my daddy, who was a scientist, said, and a math professor? He said, you cannot function in chaos. You have to have order. If you have chaos, he said, nothing can function in chaos. And that's what I realized, like, just for the fact that they got me so upset, even though it was a death threat, you know, I shouldn't have responded, Carolyn. I really shouldn't. I should have. I was
called the
blowing it.
FBI. Yeah, called it police.
But I mean, for me, I shouldn't. I should have called the police, but I should not have responded the way I did online. I lost it. I mean, I went nuts, and I was like, "You want to come down here? You can come down if you want to." You know, cause I got some cocoa trees at the bayou that like to get to know you. Come on down. They real hungry. And now that's all they say, you know. Oh, Foxy, they're real hungry. I mean, I was a nutcake. I was like Cajun cuss words, and you know, I was like, don't you give me a threat. That is not gonna happen. I did call the police. The police. I will. I mean, I ain't gonna hesitate with that kind of craziness. And you know, I do think, Carolyn, there's gonna be a change though. I sense it in my Cajun bones. You know why? Because of all this stuff that's going on.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, too many people acting like fools. And did you see what Tim Cook said on Apple?
No, what did he say?
He was saying he was bashing Facebook for letting all those Fruit Loops, you know, do what they do.
Do their live videos, like the live video killing the girl in Walmart, and then, yeah.
Just what anything, just saying stuff like they're gonna go out and kill politicians. They're gonna
Right.
go
Yeah,
out
it's
just
gone
'cause you
crazy.
disagree with them. They're gonna go out and kill people.
They're going to
You
have
can't
to
do that.
change the laws of social media so that people can get stuff off right away because they're just in this week there were 2 live videos of people killing people.
You gotta. Well, they've been, but Carolyn, that's been on the internet forever, sweetheart.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
it's
they
worse, Foxy.
have beheadings. They have beheadings of ISIS. There's a guy, and I haven't seen him in years. I haven't watched him in years, and I never watched his videos because all he does is watch. He's like a social, what do you call it? Social justice type person, and I think he's Jewish. So all he does is watch ISIS killings
No.
because they broadcast them on the internet, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And that's all he does. And I've never watched one because I don't want to.
No.
You know, I think Daniel Pearl, the guy that was beheaded,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was on the internet. Then that girl was killed on the internet. That what was she? She was a social media influencer.
Yeah. I remember that one. Yeah. Yep.
That wasn't that long ago. Was that about a year?
about last year. Yeah.
Yeah, he killed her. He was a nut. Wasn't he a stalker or something?
He was her I think he was her ex-boyfriend. She broke up with him, and then the video was on for 25 minutes or something before they got
Yeah,
it
it was a ridiculous amount of time. Well, this Tim Cook guy, you need to look at what he says. He left a real stern statement that, you know, that's irresponsible. He bashed the heck out of Mark Zuckerberg. I never liked that guy. You know why I never liked him?
His haircut?
No.
I'm joking.
He's a nerd. He's a nerdy looking guy. But he you know how he made it big? When he was on campus, look at the guy, he's a nerd.
Mm-hmm.
And so how he got to be big man on campus and then it turned into a $1 billion business was he took all the freshman girls, incoming freshmen. I don't know how many of y'all went to college. Just think of if you didn't go to college, think back to high school about how horrible that feels when you're trying to fit in. And so he took all the girls and the ones that they didn't find attractive, he got in with all the cool kids, the jocks, the frat boys, and he made fun of them. So I despise the guy because, and that's true, and you can Google it. I despise the guy because that's actually how Facebook was created. If you want to know, that's the story. So what he did was he got on college, and then this other guy was helping him, and he would show all the oncoming freshmen, and they would rate them like that's a 1.1. She's a dog. She's a pig. Yeah, can you imagine being one of those girls that he made fun of? And how dare he? Has he looked in the mirror lately? I mean, give me a break, Yeah. I always said if he would do that to impress people, who's he trying to impress now? If he would throw away his moral compass and make fun of vulnerable young women, then what kind of person is that? Because we're formed, our psyches and the kind of person we're going to be in life is formed at about 3, right? About age 3. And that's who you're going to be. So you're either going to be a good guy or you're going to be a bad guy. Now, some people can change, but I haven't seen too many that can really do it. You pretty much are who you are. So you're either a mean girl, a nice girl, or whatever.
Right.
But that's your personality. And my personality is not like that. I don't get a rise out of making fun of people. I may cut up and I may tell my stories, and I may say, hey, you couillons, but I'm kidding. And people know it. I don't ever pick on people. So, it's different. So I never liked the guy, and I never did Facebook.
Didn't he steal the idea from Two Brothers as well?
Well, he
social platform
had a guy that he was in business with from college age. They started it, and then he tried to cut him out. And I felt sorry for the guy until guess what he did? So they made all that money in the United States, just like in your country, J.K. Rowling made all her money on the Harry Potter books, right?
Yeah.
I like her because she said, I used to be on the British version of welfare. It didn't help much, but it was better than nothing. And so she doesn't, complain about taxes. She doesn't try to find a way to hide her money or get out of paying British taxes. Well, when the Facebook guy got whatever you want to call it, screwed over is what I'd call it, from the other guy, the Mark Zuckerberg guy, well, they settled that, so he's filthy rich too. So instead of being, thankful to the United States that you've been allowed to blossom here and make yourself rich, what does he do? He says, well, I'm going to go claim that my dad, who I think lived in Spain, that's my country of origin. No, it wasn't. He grew up here, but he went and did it, and he got tax escape taxes. So I don't like people like that because, I don't like people that are filthy rich, a billionaire, and they don't pay the taxes that their secretaries are paying.
Mm-hmm.
So, in fact, I just read in the news, I'm a factor. I can remember any facts. I keep useless facts in my mind all the time. But one thing I read about the top billionaires, there's about 12 of them, I think. Zuckerberg's one, Bezos is one. There's all those tech guys are billionaires. They said they could afford to pay. They are now 9 times richer than before the Ickies, and than they were before the Ickies. They're now 9 times richer. Billionaires, okay? Richest guys probably in the world are now 9 times richer. Okay, they could afford to give every U.S. American person $3,000, and they would still be 9 times richer than before the plague hit. You know what that? Yes, and you can check that. Google it.
Yeah.
Fact checking. I'm really good with facts, and I don't go to propaganda websites. I'm neither far right or far left. I stay away from those two parties because to me that's cult-like. I'm somewhere in the middle in the same part. But anyways, yeah. So if that were me, I'd be writing every American a check, and I would not expect them to say thank you. I would say thank you for letting me become rich in this country. Because come on, folks, am I crazy, or what are you going to do with it? You got $1 billion. How many houses and cars and so on can you buy? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Look, hey, this is what America is famous for. Come here, poor as dirt, and you can become rich, okay? I don't fault anybody for that. That's the American dream. And that you can start from scratch and become something. But when we do help you make it, how about throwing some of that money back? We're in a state like we've never.
Why do they need so much?
Well, when they had that big scandal, Carolyn, the Enron scandal.
Mm-hmm.
They were like one guy. He paid $14,000 for an umbrella stand. They were spending all their stockholders' money. It was a big scandal in the U.S. Carolyn can tell you about it.
Oh.
But they were taking other people's money and they were spending it. People that invested and their employees' retirement. So it's just greed. Like Carolyn, that's what you were saying on that video. Mm-hmm. Greed.
Yeah.
It's not money that's the root of all evil. It's the love of money. It's those who worship it. I mean, like I would go on nice vacations, and I would get massages. I would maybe even have someone come and cook me dinner every one. I definitely would go out to eat because I love to go out to eat good food. My friend says I'm obsessed with food. That's all I think about is food. What am I going to? I paid y'all. Can y'all believe this? I'm embarrassed to tell y'all after I've been talking about money. I've been real sick and I lost my appetite.
Right.
And I started to lose weight. And it's okay to lose weight, but that's not a good way to lose it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I ordered a lobster sandwich that
Lobster
cost
sandwich.
$25.
Ah.
And I got to tell you, it was good, but I had it delivered. You know, it wasn't $25 worth of it. It was not 20. I got it at this place called the Noble Savage. It's like this hipster kind of bar restaurant place. I've never been there, and I thought, man, that looks good. I got me because my appetite's just been gone. So I thought, well, I'm gonna go splurge, and I'm gonna get me something from. I did have marinated crab claws, which are my favorite in the world. My mother used to make me a pound on my birthday, and I miss that. I got to learn how to make them. It's not that hard, just chopping up the stuff. Carolyn, you could probably do it. You're Italian. Oh, hey, Carolyn.
Yeah.
If I come back on here,
What?
You got to look at this SVU. I got to email you. There's an SVU episode, and in one little tiny part, the lady speaks what to me sounds like Italian.
Uh-huh.
Do you speak Italian?
I can understand it more than I can speak it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's all I need. That's especially what I need. Okay, so I got just one friend, and I got my boyfriend, and he used to be married to an Italian, and he said it sounds Italian to him. And I used to sing Italian. I sang La Separazione because I took classical music in college. Started off being my major, ended up being my minor because I figured I didn't want to go into opera, and that's all they didn't teach, like recording. So I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. But I kept it as my minor, and it sounds Italian to me. It's in the Lorena Bobbitt episode. It's on YouTube. So I had like 52 likes. I just made some innocent comment, and this shows you how Fruit Loopy YouTube is. Okay. So I'm like, oh, you know, isn't that? I made a comment like it was one sentence. It was like, oh, I love it that she's speaking Italian, but in a New York accent, because she had a really hard New York accent.
Right.
So, I was trying to figure it out, and I must have played it 50 times. And then, of course, my girlfriend gets on there, sounds Puerto Rican to me. And I'm like, no, that's not Puerto Rican. And so she goes, well, how, you know, she likes to argue. So she was like, I don't care if I'm wrong. It's fine. Because some idiot was like, ha, that's not Italian. That's Spanish. And I was like, well, you know what? I don't care if it is. I just made a comment. You getting all worked up about it. And I was like, well, and I said, well, I've never heard any Spanish. And I have friends from Honduras. I lived with a girl from Monterrey, Mexico, and brought all her friends home. Had 6 Mexican girls with me. There were teachers. One was a principal, dear friends of mine. And then I had friends from Colombia. I had friends from Brazil that speak Portuguese. And I said, I don't think it's Portuguese either, because Portuguese sounds Spanish to me. Because my friend would always say, Patti, you know, Portuguese is not Spanish. It's French and Italian and Spanish. And I was like, oh, it sounds Spanish to me. But I want you to listen to it, and I want you to tell me what you think she's saying.
Okay.
If at least if it's Italian, so I can go back there and go la 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 la. Carolyn says it's Italian. I was right. No, I don't care about being right. You know, that's just the dangling stuff you get on the internet. Let me tell you something, ladies. I know y'all are crying. One day, way before I started talking on the internet, because believe it or not, I was quiet until I took drugs. And when I had to be medicated for my pain, then it flipped on me and it made me hyper. Because I'm naturally a quiet person. No, it's hard to believe, but yes, I am. But the drugs made me nuts. So, but one day, you know, I was sick. I wasn't feeling good. And I went on an animal channel and just made some stupid comment, said something about, you know, one time I let my horse out when I was a trainer. And this guy was like, how stupid can you be? And he jumped all over me and I cried. nobody could see me. I was just in the comment, not like I was on the live chat. But I cried because I was having a bad day, It's a sucky day. And I cried. And from that moment on, I was like, I will never, like, no crying in baseball.
Yeah.
Like, no crying in YouTube, folks. You ain't never gonna see me cry. Ever. You could call me. Like I told that person, and Carolyn, I don't know if you ever heard that tape. Well, I'll have to send it to you, give you a laugh. But I was like, when I was angry, I was like, we call that fache. I was like, I don't care if there's 20,000 of you hating on me. You hear me? And I was like, in fact, I don't care if there's 20 million of you that hate me. I could care. And then it was blanky blank blank, Cajun cussing, Cajun cussing. And so, my girlfriend was laughing. She's like, yeah, you told them. I was like, yes, I did. But I don't anymore. I don't care. And what you got to do is you got to learn to be like me. Is slip under the radar and just kind of be chillax. Because if you get all your emotions and like, I was making a joke tonight as everybody's, cycles synced up. Are we all going through, because that happens.
Yeah.
Where it gets all synced up. It's where you get a bunch of women together. I don't know about these hormones, folks, but there's something to that.
Right.
And I mean, some of us ladies, some of us girls, some of us ladies, some of us might be synced up on our cycles, and some of us might be going through menopause.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Have you ever heard that joke? Why do they call it menstruation, menopause? Because it don't have nothing to do with men. But yeah, so you just gotta kind of. I'm telling you, you're gonna have to have some thick skin, girls. I'm telling you, because there's some mean ass people on here.
Yeah.
You can't, and you got to be loyal, and you got to be careful what you say in chat, because if you say something in chat, there's gonna be some little what we call a Betty down here, and she gonna go run and tell some other Betty, and then before you know it, you're gonna lose a friendship.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So loyalty is key on the internet, and these ding dongs keep your group small, but that's true. And like, you don't ever hear me talking about nobody. I keep everything public. If I don't like you, you're gonna know it.
Right.
Okay? Because most time I won't talk to you if I like. But like I even told this one girl, hey, listen, there's some people that like internet drama. That's their thing. And that person likes drama. I didn't want any of it. So, I told her, I said, hey, worst thing to happen with me, unless you do something crazy, like, unless you try to give me a death threat or something, or say you're going to show up at my house, which would be a terrible idea for you, not for me. I'll be fine. But, I'm going to ice you. That's the worst that's going to happen to you. You're not going to hear me say a bad word about you. That's all that's going to happen. I'm not going to tell you business. I'm not going to go around from this one to that one to this one to that one, because that's not how I operate. That's not how I operate, because number one, I wasn't raised that way. And number two, it's just not who I am. And I don't care. I don't care. I am on here to learn things, to meet people that I can have fun discussions with, and to act crazy and cut up. And that's it. Because this is distraction. This is supposed to be a distraction for all of us in COVID, right?
Right.
So we can't be turning on each other like a bunch of junkyard dogs. We got to be Rougaroos and Loop-garoos, and we got to keep our pack strong. And Carolyn is the head of the pack. That's the way it is. She's the head of the pack, and all of us are the behind her. I'm in Scooter's like her number one person behind her, and Nana Patty, and the brush lady, and and Carolyn. What's her name? Caroline. I get it. The hairdresser lady. These people been here a long time, and you got to respect. In any pack, there is the dogs. A pack runs by its alphas. Usually there's two alphas. There's a female and a male. This is an all-female pack mate. Maybe there's a few men in here, no offense. Because I had a lovely guy give me a roast tonight. Thank you,
Oh,
Mercy.
Kevin, that's Kevin. He used to be a mod in a really bad drama channel, Foxy.
Did he?
A really bad one, a really, really bad one.
I like him. He gave me a roast tonight.
It's a
cakewalk.
It's a cakewalk for him here.
I love him. He's a dog.
Evan is a caton. He's a dog, not a hook. That doesn't mean hooker, by the way. Because in Metropolitan French, that would mean hooker. So if you go to Paris, don't say, hey, caton, because then you just called him a streetwalker. But down here, that means dog. He's a caton. But, yeah, you know, ladies, she's the head of the pack. Scooter, Nan, and all the other little ladies that have been here for years, they're behind her, and they're the next in line, and they kind of keep everybody else in line. So you can't get your feelings hurt. Like, you know, Carolyn, people come to me, I didn't like the way they used to me. You know what I do? I tune it out. I have a talent for that. My daddy used to say, did you hear that chicken head? You know what a chicken head is?
No.
You ever seen a chicken get its neck wrung?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah? You're not a country girl, then.
No.
Well, they wring their necks, and then the chicken have no head, and it still run down
Right, chicken with head cut off.
hill.
I know that. Yeah, I just haven't seen
Nerves, you know, it's just nerves. That's all. That's a chicken head, man. The chicken head would just run down the hill, even though it got no head. I said, Daddy, all I hear is bok, 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 bok. Yeah, I said, yeah, I'm trying to tune that chicken head out.
Oh.
So that's what I do. I just tune it out. Like, people laugh. They'll go, you go in chats? Like, I'll go in the drama chats, and you'll see me going, hey, Shaw, hey, teacher, hey, Ma Belle. And I'll say, hey, how you doing? I'll start talking about something else. They'll be up there, I'm going to come to your house and beat you up. I ain't going to put up with that. You hear me? Or, you know, the New Yorkers, and you got the New Yorkers, get out of here, get out of here. Oh, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then I just, you know, go ahead. And I'll just go, okay. And I'll just be I'll be in my own little world. They'll be up there tearing each other's throats out. And I'll be talking to my little friends. Hey, how y'all doing? Yeah, what you doing? Blah, 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 blah. And people start laughing, you know, because I just ignore it. I just don't care. And then people, and I mean, I may throw in some stupid thing. One night I just did blues riffs all night about the crazy women on YouTube. It was all about me and one of the mods at one of the drama channels. They think they're crime, but they're not. And we just made up funny music the whole night long. That's all I did. Well, everybody around us went haywire. And that's what kind of you have to be. You kind of have to be an observer, and you really have to watch what you say, because it will get you in trouble. You know, I wasn't making fun of anyone tonight. That was a riff that I do about YouTube, about, you know, they gonna do this, because that's how it sounds to me most of the time. And there's a lot of Southerners on the internet, and there's a lot of New Yorkers or Jersey people, I noticed. And then you got the Brits, the Aussies, the New Zealanders. Now the New Zealanders like to tell y'all they're fun to listen to. They, you know, they'll give you well, like I told somebody, I was making a joke, and I said, you know what they call that show? And because she had just chewed somebody out, and she's normally a quiet person. And she's like, no, what? I said, you know, they call that they call that a checkmate, because you just checked her butt. So, you know, I try to cut up, because it loosens the tension up, man. You know, because there's a lot of female hormones raging on the internet. Oh, my Lord God, help us. I mean, to tell you, man. And I know hey, look, I keep my pulse out there. Like, I wonder. I may not be talking because I'm too sick, and I don't like to come in a chat if I can't say hi to people, you know. If I can't greet everybody, I feel bad. Like, so if I don't feel, I just stay out. That don't mean I'm not kind of keeping an eye out. Like I try to watch if I can, what's happening, in the different, but I'm all over the internet. I don't just go here in this weird part of YouTube, as I like to call it, a wonderfully weird part of YouTube. I go everywhere. I go all over the place. People will see me like they act like, I'm not supposed to be anywhere else. Wow, you're over here? Yeah. I go all over the place. I go to music channels. I go to history channels. I don't go, I'll go to a political channel and I'll do the same thing. I'll cut up because people are so crazy. They're fighting. This is so and so and so and so, blah, blah, blah. Or I'll just say, hey, I'll try to calm them down. Hey, you know what? We got more in common than we do apart. You know what? If somebody attacked us tomorrow, I bet you we'd all be fighting together against a common enemy. What did Reagan say? He said, sometimes I wish an alien would come and attack us because then the world would unite and we wouldn't all be fighting. So that was actually a good thing he said.
Yeah.
But that's what I am. I'm comic relief nowadays. But you have to be, ladies, because there are trolls, there are people that are sick in the head, and they get off when you get upset. And there are also people that, how do I say this? Because I know there are people that suffer from clinical depression and suffer from some mental issues, and I get that. That's no different than a physical issue.
Right.
And I got a lot of love for people like that, and I'm always sweet to them. But there are some people that you just gotta set boundaries with. You just gotta say, hey, you gotta find a gentle way or a firm way. That's not okay. You don't say that to me. Like I tell them, I'm not as nice as Carol. I'll tell y'all. I mean, I'm sweet. I'm sweet as pie. But don't push me. Don't push me. I don't like that. And you push, but then when you push too hard, I'm gonna tell you off. I think Carolyn, I think way back when you first got started, I told somebody off that was messing with you. And she was like, Carolyn doesn't like you. Carolyn makes fun of you. I said, you know what? I don't blame her. I said, like I'm half out of it on drugs. I'm hyper. Hey, I don't blame her. I said, but guess what? I'm not as nice as Carolyn. So you know what you can do? Let me tell you what you can. I can't tell you what I said to her, but it wasn't nice.
Oh boy.
She was like, I thought you were so nice. I said, well, you need to go take your medication, honey.
Oh my God, I love you.
Well, I don't mean in an ugly way, but like there are a lot of bipolars. There's people on the internet all the time telling me I'm bipolar, I'm this, I'm that, and I had a good friend that was a bipolar, and they have high highs and low lows, and he was a brilliant man, and he did not want to take his medicine, and he wore me slap out. I was like, honey, you got to take your medicine. I mean, I got to take my medicine. I'm sick and you're sick and you got to take your medicine. And he would get, he would he'd get real hyper, and then he'd fall down into a deep depression. And I was taking care of him because I loved him, and my father was helping. We weren't getting paid for it. We were just his friend. And so I just said, we can't do this. We can't keep keeping you. You're wearing me out. You got to take your medicine. And you got to start eating healthy. And I would cook for him. And my daddy was a fantastic chef, so he cooked for him and make a table and tell him stories. And he loved my father. But tragically, he got mixed up with a bad person, and he passed away about, I think he was about 40-something, very young. And she had left him alone. He was from a real wealthy family. and she like got rid of all his help. And I've never even told his mother. She lives, in fact, Carolyn, she lived in the same building as Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis lived in. So does that give you an idea of how much money they have?
Yeah.
They're from his mother lives in New York, but his daddy's from Louisiana, and they live in the same city where I'm living. And then they have also had a house in the Hamptons. So does that kind of give you a little impression of the money they have? But yeah, he had a lot. But that, I mean, to me, that's murder. When you leave because he had diabetes. He had juvenile diabetes, not just diabetes. So he had had all like a quintuple bypass, 2 kidney transplants, a pancreas transplant. So he was sick physically as well. So she left. She got rid of all his help. Didn't call me. Didn't call my dad, and he died. And I never called his family, but I thought about calling them because she took some personal jewelry and some clothing and a lot of money from the guy. And his family was supporting him. He couldn't work. And so I never told his mother. I've thought about it though, because I had found more details out that she'd left him all by himself, and had gotten rid of all of his help. So that really made me quite fâché. I was not too happy. But yeah, hey, how long have you guys been on? Have you been on all night?
Well, no, I haven't been sleeping all night, but I went on and then now we've been on, but I'm probably going to go take a rest. I don't know. Lisa was going to come on and go shopping, and I don't know where she is. She just took off. I don't know where she is.
Who took off?
Lisa D is going to take somebody shopping, but I don't know where she is. Like, she left the house, but she hasn't dialed in yet. She doesn't dial in soon.
Are you waiting on her?
Yeah, because I'm exhausted, so I'm just waiting to see if she calls in. She said
Yeah,
she's
me
gonna...
too, ladies. I'm going to go to bed.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Nikki went to bed, Carolyn.
I know, Lisa gets up for the day at 4 o'clock. She's definitely out. I've got to go find my phone because I left it upstairs, and I'm going to see what to do.
Well, I love you guys.
Love you too.
Love you too, Foxy.
And I enjoyed.
Love you too, Foxy.
I hope I cheered all of you up. That was my mission tonight.
You did.
A lot.
Thank you so much. I love you all.
Just remember, we're all sisters. We are family. Right?
Yeah.
We are family.
That's so funny.
Hey, Carolyn.
Yeah.
It's Shannon, and
Hi.
I watched you. I guess it was probably till about 12:30 or 1 last night, and I was a silent listener, and then I fell asleep. But I just logged on right now and was surprised to see y'all back and alive. So I just wanted to. I kind of went to the beginning just to see what was happening, and I just want to let you know it broke my heart to see you in such a state. And I haven't seen. I don't know what's going on. I don't watch that other channel, and but I love all these women. I'm fairly new. I came in on the as far as to the panel. I came in during your New Year's wonderful marathon. I've been a silent listener for a lot longer before that. I've met these women. They're all great. And I just want to say, I support all of you, every one of you. And I'll catch up later, but you have really made a difference in so many people's lives. And in my life, I'm an artist in nature, and I had put down my craft. And you have inspired me to just pick up my pencil, start drawing, pick up on some crafts that I want to start doing. And you have made a difference in my life over this crazy time. So that's all I want to say. I know if you guys got to go or go back to sleep.
Yeah, I'm going to go try to find my phone and see if I can call Lisa to see what she's doing, so I can get some rest, because I didn't get any rest. And now my whole day is screwed up.
Okay.
Because of
Well,
this,
just
but-
God bless you. I love you guys,
Yeah.
and
All right.
I'm gonna do a IKEA run for you, Mommy. Let me know this week.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go try to
Okay.
find my phone.
Ellen, nighty,
That'd be great.
go to bed.
Yeah,
Go to bed, sweetie. Don't get sick on us.
yeah.
Because I needed to ask you because I saw you were sick. You had something coming up, and I wanted to ask you about that. That painful procedure you were going to go through.
Yeah, I have that too. Yeah, that's coming up too.
When is that coming up, Carolyn?
February 19th or 18th, I think.
Did you get a doctor that will give you the put you under?
No, I gotta talk to her. Hopefully she'll call me this week.
I'm going through that right now. They want to do the same type of crap to me, and they ain't gonna do it. If I have to drive to Texas or wherever, get on a plane, I'm not letting them do it. If it's painful, I know you, Carolyn. You tough, and I'm tough too. I'm not any crybaby, so you find you another doctor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go try to find my phone so I can find Lisa and see.
Yeah. Well, you're worn out. Let me let you go.
Yeah.
sweetie.
All right. Thanks.
Love
Foxy.
you.
Love you. Bye. All right. This is.
Hi, Jeannie. Hi, Amanda, Patty. Hi, Linda. Hi, Jetta. Hi, Jan. Cupcakes, little girls, and Foxbot.
Yeah. Hi. Are we going? Are we?
Hello.
Sorry.
I'm not sure.
No, I think Mummy's gone upstairs to find her phone. And then she's finding out where Lisa's gone, because Lisa's gone shopping.
And Foxy Box
Shannon's
left, isn't
leaving, I
she?
think.
Heather just left.
Yeah, hi
See
Shannon.
you soon,
This is
Shannon.
Danielle C, little girl. I'm gonna go too.
I'm gonna
haven't
have to
gone
hang
bed
up
yet.
too.
Daniel
Okay,
C.
Dreamy.
Good night. I love y'all.
Love you.
Love y'all.
Okay,
Bye,
girls.
Dreamy.
Love you
Dreaming.
too.
Love you.
Heather, Foxy Bot, Shannon, Yuta,
Love you, Danielle.
and I
Get
hope I
some
didn't
rest.
miss anybody. Oh, and Linda. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
I
Good
think
night.
she's gone upstairs.
Who is
I
that?
think
Is
she's
it
gone
Robin?
upstairs.
No. It's Danielle C.
Oh, Danielle. Sorry. Yes.
Hi, Danielle C.
Hi.
I love you in chat. You're just so
I
fun
knew.
and
Oh, thank you.
I know it's so good to hear your voice.
It is.
Oh, thank you, Cupcake. I love yours.
Oh,
cupcake. You got a song in your cupcake.
And her laugh, my favorite laugh.
I don't know where this is.
poor Luke thought I was losing it, I guess.
I'm just
I
gonna.
love that
I saw
laugh.
in chat last night, like, around 11 o'clock.
Well, good night,
somebody
babies.
somebody came, good night. Somebody came
Good
on and
night.
said, "Are we singing tonight?" I laughed so hard. That's why I said everybody makes me, there's going to be ups and downs, but oh my God, the laughter and the spirit
Yeah.
in this community is wonderful. So,
Oh, yeah. I agree. Absolutely.
No, I guess it's just organic, right? Like we're a big family, so we get along and have lots of laughs, and we need to
Yeah.
balance
That's right.
it with a little bit of scrapping every now and then.
right. Well, if I had seen any of that, I would have definitely been. I'd have come in hard, but again, when I just turned on and saw this, I'm like, oh my goodness,
I know. I was shocked too. I was just I was looking for a channel to
Sing.
sometimes, well, no, no. We'll have to do an Eve Bunker duet sometime. But I was looking for one of those rain. I put on one of those 10-hour rain
Oh.
channels because I love listening to the sound of rain. And sometimes I don't even have to find one of those rain channels because Vancouver has
I
heavy
love
rain
it.
on them. Yeah. And then I saw that Mommy was on, and so I was like,
What?
oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just so I came in right away and
Okay, so Lisa's gonna go shopping later. I just have to go to bed. I can't even keep my eyes open anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't. I don't even know where I am anymore. I'm gonna go to bed. So let me see if I can even.
All right.
Okay, night.
Thanks.
We love
guys.
you.
God
Stay
bless.
strong. We love
Yeah.
you.
All right, thanks. Bye.